hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. My name is Dennis Spurling, and I have a barn burner for you all tonight. I'd like to first welcome all the people who are, here with me live. Big shout out to my my guys who've been here for years. We used to call each other. I'm the Blizzard King. And they were the Ice Lords, man. They've been hanging with me for years, man. Big shout out to all you guys. I hope you guys appreciate the detailed work and time that I put into these broadcasts. And I truly want you to learn something. I want to acknowledge Mr. 43TX, been here for a long time. Used to do a lot of panels with me. RV Stayhill 748. Shout out to the Wrench Mob. Man, I want to make sure you guys chime in. Let me know where you're chiming in from. The other thing is make sure the sound is good. And I'm going to go ahead and just jump right into this one because we got a lot on this plate tonight. It's been one I've been putting together for several weeks, and I think it's necessary. It's really, truly an unfortunate broadcast, but we're going to talk about delineation, okay? When I say delineation, I'm talking about foundational Black Americans. I'm talking about the American Negro. I'm talking about the Sulan people. To a certain degree, I'm talking about ADOS. I'm talking about the people who can trace their lineage back to even before this country was formed. I'm talking about Black people, Black Americans. I want to acknowledge everybody in the chat room, and I want to first say, the truth is I got much love for all of the brothers and sisters in the diaspora. But at the end of the day, I don't think that love has been reciprocated. And I think that there are a lot of Black Americans who would agree with me in that regard. And whether you call yourself a freedman, whether you call yourself indigenous, whether you call yourself foundational Black American, American Negro, all of those to me are considered legal terms. So there's some people, if you look at their birth certificates, their grandmother's birth certificates, it says colored. Okay. But the thing is, we have to understand is that everybody has an opinion about Black Americans. Immigrants have opinions. First generation people have an opinion. Media people have an opinion. Academics have an opinion. Everybody wants to explain us and diagnose us and study us and criticize us. But then they also want to benefit from us. And then here's another thing. They want to speak over us about us. But when the question is posed, well, okay, where are you from? What is your lineage? What gives you the authority to define a people whose history in this country goes back hundreds of years, and some would argue thousands of years? Then they get offended. Then they say we're being divisive. And that's where the term foundational Black American comes in. We're talking about the descendants of enslaved people in the United States, people whose ancestors survived American slavery, Reconstruction, convict leasing, Jim Crow, redlining, domestic terrorism, exclusion from wealth, and still built culture, churches, schools, businesses, neighborhoods, music, politics, civil rights, moral framework, and that other groups stand on today. People who didn't even like us steal our stuff, like Mahatma Gandhi. Didn't know he was a racist, right? I'm also talking about Black Americans, that the people, our ancestors came here both with Columbus and before Columbus. So when we talk about Black identity in America, we're not talking about some flat, generic, one-size-fits-all Blackness. Somebody type flat Blackness in the chat room. Everybody Black isn't the same people. Everybody Black doesn't have the same history. Everybody Black doesn't have the same relationship to America. You have people who are African, people who are Caribbean, people who are immigrant first generation or from other backgrounds, and these people are writing and speaking on Black American identity as though their experience is interchangeable with ours, and it's not. They may be Black. They may have their own struggle. They have dealt with colonialism. They have dealt with so many different things. They may have their own history, but they're not us. And the statistics show that this is not some imaginary internet argument. In 2024, there were about 5.6 million Black immigrants in the United States, making up more than 11% of the Black population. African-born and Caribbean-born Black immigrants each make up about 44% of the immigrant Black population. The top origin comes from Jamaica and Haiti and Nigeria. So when we say Black identity in America, it's not a monolith. That's not an opinion. It's a demographic reality of today. But here's the problem. The federal government and the media institutions, they don't separate foundational Black Americans from Black immigrants or first generation Black Americans in any way that we need for this conversation to be fully effective. They flatten everybody into the same broad racial category, flat Blackness. And when that happens, people with different histories, different cultures, different migration stories, and different relationships to America can all be placed under the same label, Black, even though their experiences are not interchangeable. So when African, Caribbean, immigrant, or first generation voices speak on their Black American identity as though their story is ours, that becomes a problem. They may be Black. They may have their own struggle, but they have their own struggle from their country and their history and their perspective. They have an immigrant perspective. We're not immigrants. But the bottom line is they're not automatically qualified to define the issues facing the descendants of the American slave trade, Jim Crow, redlining, segregation, and the civil rights struggle. That history is very specific. That lineage is very specific. It's the statistics, and if the statistics prove anything, they prove that specificity matters. This isn't about division. This issue is about clarity. Black people, my foundational Black American people, of which there are thousands who follow my pages. We are very specific. We have a very specific history in this country, and that history can't be dumped into flat Blackness. And just because it makes other people comfortable doesn't mean we have to do it. Now, when I say flat Blackness, Blackness is the practice of treating all Black people as if they share one identical history, one identical culture, one identical political interest, and one interchangeable racial experience simply because they're racially classified as Black. That's not me saying that. That's Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. He uses the concept in his broader work on Black male studies, anti-Black misandry, and Black male vulnerability. And this is his book. His book is from 2023, and it includes concepts directly in the title, which is Solutions for Anti-Black Misandry, Flat Blackness, and Black Male Death. And one chapter is titled Flat Blackness, Flat Maleness, and Flat Andromortality. Now, this brother is a brilliant doctor. I suggest you all check out his channel. He is a professor in California. And I hope you all have the opportunity to check him out. He teaches Africana Studies at California State University in Fresno. Good friend of mine. I've actually used him as an expert witness. You can get this book on Amazon. I 100% support this. And in fact, if you look on pages 92, I believe through 100 and something, I am actually quoted in this book. Okay. So, you know, Uncle D is now, I can cite myself. But you all, that's where the definition of flat blackness comes from as far as I'm concerned. Somebody type flat blackness, please. Somebody type Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. This is a foundational Black American brother, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. You guys check his book out. You make sure I give that one my 100% stamp of approval. You guys check that book out. But anyway, so let's kind of move forward. The delineation. Delineation is not anything new. It's not radical. What's radical is expecting Black Americans to be the only people on earth who don't get to name ourselves. Jamaicans get to name, they get to be Jamaican. Nigerians get to be Nigerian. Ethiopians get to be Ethiopian. Mexicans get to be Mexicans. Puerto Ricans get to be Puerto Rican, even though they're a territory of the United States. Chinese people get to be Chinese. You don't confuse them with the Koreans, the Indians, and the Pakistan. They get their own separate identity. But the moment you say you're a Black American and that we're distinct people, they say, well, where are you really from? Okay? Our bottom line is, here comes the guilt trip. Here comes the accusation. Here comes the lecture about division. It's not about division. It's about being honest. We want to establish who built what, who endured what, who fought for what and when, who created what, and who that history actually belongs to. So when people say delineation, don't let them twist that into hatred. What they're really talking about, what we're really talking about is precision. And whether people like it or not, this isn't some fringe idea. This is a widely shared sentiment among Black Americans who are tired of being generalized and misrepresented. Look, people keep trying to make this conversation more complicated than it is. People have been told directly, don't call us Black American or Black. We're not like you. We're African. We're Caribbean. We're Nigerian. We're from Ghana. We're from South Africa. Cool. We're Jamaican. Okay. We're from Trinidad. Outstanding. And these same people have heard Black Americans be called lazy and criminals and cultureless, inferior, by the same people who just came here and benefited from the doors that Black Americans opened and are still opening. So when people support delineation, they're not just reacting to internet arguments. They're reacting to years of disrespect, correction, condensation, and erasure. And then you add culture to it, because that's where the disrespect becomes impossible to ignore. It imitates Black American culture. They imitate our music, our style, our language, our humor. The first stand-up comedian was a Black man. Did you all know that? Biracial Black man. They let him play in mixed halls. Had white folk laughing. Look him up. Look up the first stand-up comedian, Black man. Our protest traditions, our church expressions, our rhythm, our fashion, our cool, our way of turning pain into beauty and pressure into power. But then some of those same people turn around and say we have no culture. That's a lie. And it needs to be confronted directly. Foundational Black American culture is not the absence of African culture. We're not a derivative of Africa. It's a culture under pressure. It's a survival system created by people who were stripped of land, stripped of language, stripped of tribe, stripped of all legal protections and citizenship, and still built something so powerful that the entire world copies it. Black American culture was not created in comfort. It wasn't created on the plains of the Serengeti with plenty of food. It wasn't created in South Africa where they had plenty of fish and wildlife, no enemies, until they made their own. It was forged in slavery and sharpened through Jim Crow and strengthened through segregation and broadcast to the world through our genius, whether it be song, oratory skills, etc. We created spirituals to survive bondage. We created gospel to turn our suffering into faith. We created the blues to give pain a voice. We created jazz to turn chaos into brilliance. We created rock and roll. They don't give us credit for that. But that's what we did. Yes, sir. And along with that, we created soul, funk, R&B, hip hop, house music, garage, grunge. We did all that. It wasn't as empty entertainment, but as an emotional, as emotional records of who we are and what we endure. Shout out to Shimmy ER. Thank you for being a new member, baby. More importantly, they tried to disappear us, and we refuse to let them disappear us. They've been trying to get rid of us since we stopped working for free. So our music is not just music. It's a testimony, it's history, it's resistance with a beat. And it doesn't stop with music. Our language became culture. They call it African American vernacular English or Ebonics. It's not broken English. It is a sophisticated Black American dialect with rhythm, timing, humor, coded meaning, and social intelligence built in it. I might say for real. And that's a whole nother meaning than for real. And most of the black people understand just what I mean. For real? For real? So one of those for real is I can't believe that. Another one is I do believe it, and oh hell no. But I'm not asking you whether or not the thing that I'm looking at or discussing the topic is authentic. It means a whole nother, it has a whole nother undertone. But that is the sophistication of Black American English. And here's the thing, our comedy became culture because Black people learned how to laugh without surrendering our despair. We had nothing else to do but laugh. We could laugh at anything. We laugh at each other. We call each other all kind of names and stuff and keep laughing. Our church became culture because it was more than Sunday worship. It was a meeting hall, it was a political center, it was a mutual aid society, a freedom school, and spiritual headquarters. Now I've been thinking about something. I want all you snooty Black people who are listening to me, I want you to find a church in the hood. I want you to find a church. My church is in 5th Ward. It probably can't fit no more than 100 people. I want you to find a small church in the hood, and I want you to go to adopt that church. See, those churches are more important than these mega churches. You need to get away from those rich preachers. You need to take it back down home, especially since we have all these Black people moving from California, Chicago, and Detroit. Y'all coming back down south. Find you a little tiny Black church in the ghetto, in the hood, where your mama's mama and them grew up. Whether it's in Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, wherever, find one and go to it. If you in New Orleans, stay away from them. Go to the east. If you in Houston, Texas, get your butt away from Joel Osteen. Go find you a church in 5th Ward. You understand me? That's what I want you to do, because that church has been the background. It has been the backbone. It has been the institution that has kept us alive. It is one of our institutions. And we need to keep our Black churches alive. Tiny Black churches. I want you go in there, it might be 25 people in the church. Get you a good preacher with some history. But find you a Black church and adopt it and pay your tithes and help out and get involved in the building program. I take my sons to church at least, well, I do my best, praise God. I go on Easter Sunday and I do go on Easter Sunday and Christmas. But it's, I'm doing the best I can. I will make a first Sunday. I try to show up every 3 months on the first Sunday. I'm doing the best, but I've been paying my tithes though. Praise God. I've been paying my tithes. But anyway, we're gonna get back to that. Uncle D got to go back. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna join the Ursher board soon. But anyway, y'all find y'all a small black church because that's where it starts for us. But the other thing, our culture, our food, our soul food, it had, we turn scraps into cuisine. You see? And so when people talk about Black Americans don't have culture, what they really mean is we don't have the type of culture that they can recognize. We don't have flags. We don't have tribes. We don't have these foreign languages. We don't have these village ceremonies, and we don't have national customs. But culture is not limited to that. Culture is how people survive. Culture is how people teach their children. Culture is how they remember their dead. It protects dignity. It creates beauty. It builds institutions like the ones we have, like those HBCUs that came out of those black churches, right? Yeah, that's another thing. Nevertheless, it explains to the world who we are. By that standard, foundational Black Americans have one of the most powerful cultures on earth. We gave the world all of this art. We gave it slang. We gave it language. We gave it the art of protest and resistance. So don't take what we built and hide it under the generic label Black culture and act like nobody knows where it came from. Say the name. The culture came from foundational Black Americans. It came from the American Negro. It came from the freedmen. It came from colored folk right here in the USA. A people born in America's furnace and refined under pressure and still setting the standard for the world. You understand? And that's why representation matters. A Nigerian isn't a Jamaican isn't a Haitian, and a Haitian isn't a Ghanaian. And none of those identities are the same as foundational Black America. They should not be controversial. That's common sense. If everybody gets to be specific and wave their flag and eat their food and claim their language and their heritage and their country and their tribe, why can't we? See, here's the thing I want y'all to understand. When success happens, the flags come out. When a Nigerian child gets accepted to all the elite schools on the East Coast, we all know he's Nigerian, don't we? When a Jamaican athlete breaks a world record, they don't just call him Black. They say, oh, he's Jamaican. They tried to steal Michael B. Jordan because his daddy was in Ghana. Remember that? Remember that? See, when Ghanaians and Haitians and Caribbeans and Africans, when they achieve something impressive, their heritage gets named by name. The country gets celebrated. The accents come out, right? It's charming. The immigrant story gets placed front and center. Oh, and again, there's nothing wrong with that. We salute you. Keep your flags out. Somebody type, keep your flags out. Come on. I want all you Africans in the Caribbean, come on. I want your flags to come out. I want to see all your flags tonight or today, wherever you are. Because see, here's the thing. When something negative happens, suddenly the flags disappear. Have y'all noticed that? Suddenly the country disappears. Suddenly the tribe disappears. He's your boy. I know he's not mine. Suddenly the immigrant background disappeared. Everybody's just Black then. Now the public doesn't get the same precision. The media doesn't slow down and explain the background, lineage, or ethnicity, or nationality, or cultural origin of this person when it happens, when it gets negative. So what ends up happening? Foundational Black Americans end up carrying the stigma for people who may not even share our lineage, our history, or our culture, as if we created this person. And that's not fair. It's not accurate, and it's not responsible. Okay? Now, let me say this. Most Black Americans, we don't hate Africans. I don't hate Africans. I got some Africans I love to death. One of my favorite people in the world is my youngest son's godmother, love her to death like she's a first generation Nigerian. I love you. Can't do nothing to her without me getting upset with you. I got a Nigerian professor when I took my environmental toxicology class. I'd do anything from love that blood. I love that brother, love him. And he's a proud Nigerian, love him to death. You understand? I got some Caribbean folks I'm cool with. Every time I shoot down there, man, they treat me like a king. Love them. We don't hate Caribbeans. We don't hate immigrants. We don't hate anybody. What we're saying is simple. Don't define us. Don't speak over us, and don't erase our lineage. Don't claim our culture without giving us our credit, and don't disappear us into flat blackness when it benefits you. Because see, unity without clarity is confusion. And Black Americans have lived in confusion long enough, and delineation is not the enemy. Now, let me say this. I got some videos I want to share with you all. And I'm going to go ahead and let these videos play. And, you know, I want you all to take them as you will. But this is what many Black Americans have been experiencing. Y'all hit the #1 button. And I'm gonna try to walk through this stuff and see, just so you know, this is where we are. You know, one thing, well, let me start off with saying this. We got a lot of African people who are now, they are at this point, they have started to run for office, right? We see them running for office. And I actually have this video I want to share with you guys. Not video. I actually have this doggone photographs I want to share if I can get them up real quick. You guys make sure you hit the #1. Oh yeah, the other thing is I forgot to tell y'all, if you learn something, I should earn something. Somebody type that in the chat room, because I see now it's gonna be a tight night. I have not received one super chat, cash app, or PayPal. So I see I'm gonna be working hard as heck out here for you all. But I want to share with you all this, okay? Because and look, hey man, look, this is going up in the DC area. What you have here is some Nigerian people who are running for office, and they are proudly announcing it. I want you all to take a look at this. These folks, and check them out. If it's in your interest to vote for them, go right on ahead. Vote your interest. That's all I ever tell people. Vote your interest, okay? And so let's see these people right here. I want you to look at them. Look at them. Look at these folk right here. They are running for office. Look at that. Congratulations to all the Nigerian American candidates. See that? Somebody type Nigerian American. You got them. These all folk in the DC area. Some of them gone to law school and not. So these, whip the flag out. Where my Nigerians at? I told you I got love for Nigerians. I want y'all to bring your flag out. Okay, come on out. We got lawyers and everything. Some of them got a little skin bleaching going on. Shout out to Shimmy York. I don't know why y'all would bleach your beautiful skin like that. You beautiful people. Why would you do that to yourself? To me, that I don't understand that. But again, that's not my issue. But these beautiful Nigerian people up here, shout out to them. They're delineating, right? They want people to know that they're Nigerian candidates, right? So, I get that. Shout out to you. Kudos to you. And thank you, Miss Shimmy ER, for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. I'm glad. Like I said, if you learn something, I should earn something. I will read all the super chats later on. But let's go ahead and keep going. Okay, so I got a couple of videos. I want to share some of these videos with you all. And so you can kind of get a feel that this is not just me talking, okay? And just so we can kind of go back a little bit, Black people in America have always had a love for Africa. There's always been this argument. And when I was young, I think this was probably the first time that I ever saw somebody push back. This is from the movie by Spike.
Then a little bit.
This is from the movie Spike Lee had out called School Days. And this is at the height where we were walking around with the black African medallions on and the X hats. This is when I was young. So I'm gonna say fair use, but I want you to check this video out. And this is the brother responding to a brother talking about Africa, and they're in the heart of Atlanta at this point. Spike Lee being a Morehouse man, so he understood the conflict that was going on then. Okay, so listen to the brother.
You talk more shit than a little bit. Back to Mother Africa. That's bullshit. Without question, we are all Black Americans. You do not know a goddamn thing about Africa. I am from Detroit, Motown. So you can want Tootsie your monkey ass back to Africa if you want to. But that's split.
All right. You see what I'm saying? So we've been having this argument for a long time. But see, now it's like people are like, yeah, I get that. Now, I'm going to share with you guys another video. And this is, you guys know who Smokey Robinson, your grandma knows who Smokey Robinson is. Y'all go tell your grandma that I'm going to play a clip from Smokey Robinson. I love it when we cruising together. Smokey. My mama used to have a picture of Smokey Robinson up on her wall at my grandma's house. Now I want you to hear what Smokey Robinson has to say. Now I want you to look at Smokey. Now we know that Smokey is Black. Okay, can we all the Black American people agree that Smokey Robinson is Black? Right? He is Black. He is clearly Black American. Now he is clearly, his phenotype is very different. Okay. But we acknowledge him as Black. We don't have those color barriers. You can listen to Smokey sing and tell he's Black. Listen to what Smokey has to say.
I love being Black. I love being called Black. I love being an American. I love being a Black American. But as a Black man in this country, I think it's a shame that every few years we get a change of name. Since those first ships arrived here from Africa that came across the sea, there were already Black men in this country who were free. And as for those who came over on those terrible boats, they were called nigger and slave and told what to do and how to behave. And then Master started tripping, doing his midnight tipping down to the slave shacks where he forced he and great-great-grandma to be together. And the great-great-grandpa protested, he got tarred and feathered. And at the same time, the Black men in the country who were free were mating with the tribes like the Apache and the Cherokee. And as a result of all that, we're a parade of every shade. And in this late day and age, you can be sure there ain't too many of us in this country whose bloodline is pure. But according to a geographical genealogy study published in Time magazine.
Now, what the brother is basically telling you is that we as foundational Black Americans have an ethnogenesis in this country. There is no doubt that we are of African descent. We have African DNA, but the vast majority of Black people, if you take a DNA test, you know, the same DNA test will prove that that is not your baby or that it is his baby. The same DNA test will show you your ethnic background. And that doesn't mean that it can show you exactly what tribe, but it can let you, hell, you can look at people and look at names and kind of tell where they're from. Based on their phenotype. But bottom line is we are of African descent. I don't think anybody with good sense is going to run away from that. Now, if you have some people on the internet say, oh, my people are Cherokee. Okay, I get it. I guess you can go with that until, you know, you and the flat earth and all that. But the bottom line is the whole major point is that our ethnogenesis is in this country, whether we're talking about the breeding farms in North Carolina, South Carolina, Maryland. Yes, they had slavery in Maryland. They had slavery in Virginia. Whether you're talking about that, we went from 400,000 in 1808 to 4 million because of breeding farms. Black women were incentivized to have 7, 8, 9 children. They were rewarded for that. They had big bucks and they put Black men and Black women in pen. Anybody could come in. Black women had no autonomy over their body. Okay. And so they would have 8, 9 children, and that went on for about 50 something years. And so this is where we are. Okay. And so this is what Smokey is telling you. Now, there are books out there you can read. There's documentation. There's documentaries. Don't run from it. But bottom line is, our ethnogenesis is in this country. Okay, so let him continue speaking.
The Black African people were the first on the scene. So for what it's worth, the Black African people were the first on Earth, and through migration, our characteristics started to change and rearrange to adapt to whatever climate we migrated to. And that's how I became me, and you became you. So if we're gonna go back, let's go all the way back. And if Adam was black and Eve was black, then that kind of makes it a natural fact that everybody in America is an African American. Everybody in Europe is an African European. Everybody in the Orient is an African Asian, and so on and so on.
Now, I want you also to understand that the term African American was a term that Jesse Jackson coined in the early 1980s. Before that, we were black. Okay. Before that, we were Negro. Before that, we were colored. Okay. Before that, we were N-words. Well, we always, been the N-word, but this is what he's talking about, the evolution of our name. But this is the first time we've actually given ourselves a name, and that is foundational Black American. And there's power in that name. See, and I don't want to get too far off the conversation. I don't like, I've been trying not to interrupt, doing the best I can not to interrupt the videos, because I know y'all don't like that. But, I'm brimming over with information, and I want to share with you all, as a person who studies words and the meaning of words, and part of practicing law is that when the black letter law, which means as it's written, the words as they're written, are not clear, you have to look into the meaning of the words. And so Black American, we understand what that means. But when you add the term foundational, and you put that in the front of Black American, it gives it a whole nother level of power. Foundational. It grants authority. It grants presence. It's not like ADOS. ADOS is like, okay, what does that mean? Is that like a ice cream flavor you can get at 31 flavor? No. Foundational Black American. What does that say? That's powerful. And that's why you have so many people resisting. If we decided to go and call ourselves the American Negro again, nobody would object, would they? They would laugh at us. If we said, oh, well, we'll just go back to being Negro, it means basically the same thing. American Negro, foundational Black American, colored. They had no problem with us calling each other niggas. They know what we mean when we say niggas, right? They know that word. But foundational Black American, it creates a whole nother level of authority and power. And so that's why they have a problem. Because, we just add, how do you go from being Black American? That's fine. But when you add that foundational Black American, oh, you're a cult now. Now you're being a sycophant to the white supremacists now. So I embrace that. Anything my enemies don't like, I embrace. Okay. And so, maybe I'll do another broadcast and go into more detail about that and give you kind of why that is a powerful statement. It's more powerful than indigenous, because that's confusing to some people. It's more powerful. It's unique. It's distinct. If somebody says, yeah, I'm a foundational Chinese, that lets you know, that means they were there at the foundation. I'm a foundational Brazilian. I'm a foundational Jamaican. Damn, you've been there a long time. So when you say I'm a foundational Black American, you were there at the founding. Says a lot. It's very powerful. We'll move on and get back to that another day.
That is, if the origin of man is what we're going to go on. And if one drop of black blood makes you black like they say, then everybody's black anyway. So quit trying to change my identity. I'm already who I was meant to be. I'm a Black American, born and raised. And Brother James Brown wrote a wonderful phrase. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Because I'm proud to be black. And I ain't never lived in Africa. And because my great-great-granddaddy on my daddy's side did, don't mean I want to go back. Now, I have nothing against Africa. It's where some of the most beautiful places and people in the world are found. But I've been blessed to go a lot of places in this world. And if you ask me where I choose to live, I pick America, hands down.
Now you can look at Brother Smokey Robinson, and look at his skin color. To an African, they're not going to say he's a black man. They're not going to even acknowledge him as their brother. I can understand. He probably went over there, open arms, and they said, "No, you're a Mzungu, you're white," because they have black people that are mixed race that look like Smokey Robinson. I know they have them down in South Africa. They refer to them as colored. There's a famous South African comedian whose father's European and mother is African, a South African, and they mistreat these people. These people, colored people, as they call them, are on the bottom of the caste system. You got the Indians, the Africans, and the coloreds. You see, so I understand that. And so you're going to get rejected, especially if you, I mean, all Black Americans have issues based on what I'm seeing. Women being raped, women being robbed, land being taken after being given, after they pay a bunch of money because you didn't pay the right people. So I get that, maybe that's how they do business over there. But I can understand that there's some issues in Africa when our brothers and sisters are going to Ghana. And I can't speak all the other different countries. The bottom line is this brother probably wasn't treated well. You see, he wasn't treated like a brother. And so this is what you get. Let's keep listening to him.
Now, by and by, we were called Negroes. And after a while, their name was banished. Anyway, Negro is just how you say black in Spanish. Then we were called colored. But yet everybody's one color or another, and I think it's a shame that we hold that against each other. And it seems like we reverted back to a time when being called black was an insult. Even if it was another black man who said that a fight would result, because we've been so brainwashed that black was wrong, till even the yellow niggas and the black niggas couldn't get along. But then came the 1960s, when we struggled and died to be called equal and black, and we walked with pride with our heads held high and our shoulders pushed back. And black was beautiful.
As you guys see, there's always been certain segments of Black America who say, no, I'm not African, I'm Black. And I'm not going to be, you're not going to call me African. Okay. So, now that we have that out the way, I want to go ahead and kind of just let some more of these videos play. Let's look at this one. Now, I find it interesting. Everybody wants to be Black now. I want you to take a listen to this.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure I'm Black. No, I'm not Indian.
Mm-hmm. Now this is the East African woman. Okay.
And Black.
Well, now, baby. Look, baby. I'm looking at your forehead. I'm looking at it, and you're not Black American. And I know since these ICE raids have kicked up, I know you don't want to get confused with the Somalians, and you probably from Eritrea or Ethiopia, but you're not Black. You Black. But you're not Black American. You all have a different ethnogenesis than Black Americans. So let's delineate. Where's your flag at? Okay. All right. I'm gonna let you talk a little bit more.
No, I don't need to check.
You don't need to check. We can check your forehead and see where you're from. Let's keep listening. Y'all hit the #1, but let's keep on listening to the people. And here's another reason why.
Every Black actor that is getting A-list parts. I'm not talking about Tubi and BET Plus. Yeah. Why is every A-list Black actor that is getting parts another African, British, Nigerian? Apparently, so few talented African Black Americans that we have to literally import people to play a Black woman in the South in the 1930s.
Yo. They had an African woman play Harriet Tubman. Did y'all know that? Like, they had an African woman play Harriet Tubman. They had an African dude play Dr. Martin Luther King. Did you hear that? Idris Elba. Y'all know Idris Elba. Speaking of trying to be Black American, Idris Elba got on the internet and said at first he was a proud African man, and then come to find out, his ancestors were actually from the Caribbean. So his ancestors from Liberia were actually foundational Black American. I want y'all to look that clip up. Idris Elba has now said he is no longer an African. He is now a foundational Black American. I want y'all to look at that. I saw the clip. I would try to find it. He says he is now Black American on both sides. Somebody find that clip and put it for me in the chat room. He says, I just thought that was hilarious. He did an interview recently, but nobody wants to be, it's getting hot out here. Somebody type it's getting hot out here. Keep listening.
Like, is that not crazy to anybody else?
That's because Black Americans are like, where are you from? How can you represent us? You're not even from here. You don't even have, you don't have the understanding that you need to understand to play this. It's not just a part. We might as well let a white European play Malcolm X when we do a remake. Now, let me tell you somebody who's always delineated. You know who's always, where are them Hebrew Israelites at? These Hebrew Israelites, I used to listen to them back in the 90s. Now, I'm going to show y'all a photograph y'all probably seen before. But this African fella right here, he's, I guess, he got a white woman, so he's just trolling them. Now, I used to listen to the Hebrew Israelites up in at Venice Beach back in the 1990s. They had these canes out, and I'm sure you all have seen them. They were just, back then, you know, they were just talking loud. I just thought they were just the funniest. They were hilarious, man. They would just roast people, man. They were like the Nation of Islam on steroids when it came to capping on white folk. I'm like, this is great entertainment. I didn't understand. Shout out to everybody. It was Searchy8731. Thank you so much for the super chat. And also Black Samurai. I'm gonna get all these super chats when it's time. But this African fella right here decided to go harass the Hebrew Israelites, and you know they not having it. This is. I want you to listen. Do you all know who the Hebrew Israelites are? And I know that might not be the correct. That's the generic name for it, but they call them the Hebrew Israelites. That's typically. Let's listen to what he has.
Black, like American black.
I'm more black than you. See, like
well, we don't go by complexion. We go by who your father is.
Right.
I'm Nigerian. What's that?
A native African. We don't fuck with Africans either. You know, a white man did not come onto the continent to catch the slave. The white man.
What did he say? The white man didn't come on the continent to catch the case. Isn't that the same thing I've been telling y'all? Huh? See, you mad at me about reparations and saying these Africans need to pay us? Yeah.
Your ancestors didn't enslave us, so we hate y'all too. God don't love you.
Bring it in. Bring it in.
Oh, that's diabolical. You smoking crack.
Bro, you can't shake my hand.
You might get AIDS or cancer. You an actual Hamite. You're not our brother.
You don't want to cap with, you don't want to roast, you don't want to go back and forth with them Hebrews. I mean, these dudes, I've never met anybody who knows the Bible better than them dudes. Those dudes would, turn the tablet, hey, Jeremiah 7:3, and they, I mean, they don't even need a bullhorn. So, you know, you don't want to, these Hebrew Israelites are serious about that word, man. I respect them. I respect their knowledge of the Bible. You got to love that. But let's move on. And I don't want to misquote their any of their work. I don't want to do that. But I do understand that they believe that there are the Jamaicans and the Trinidadians and the Black Americans and the Mexicans and certain people in Colombia and Brazil are all part of the, and I might have missed a few because I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, but I've heard them over the years. They are all part of the lost tribe of Israel. Okay, maybe one day I'll have some Hebrew Israelites on here to explain what it is they're talking about, because I don't want to misquote people and whatnot. But you know, let's take a little blast from the past. You know this lady right here, and it's not like not bad blast from the past, but check this lady out. This is a lady we know very well, and she is having a discussion with someone about the Black experience. And, you know, everybody's listening. Everybody's listening to what's going on the internet. Keep listening.
You're not even American. You're not even a Black American. As the daughter of an immigrant, it is imperative that Black people from other places understand the disparate difference that they exist from Black people in the United States. It is not the same. Period. And ultimately, the best effort that we can do as a diaspora is to lead in understanding, not in judgment.
Now, I don't think she is foundational Black American, but you got, what is this young lady's name? I've seen her before. What's her name? Y'all know her name. Tell me her name. What's her name? Amanda Seals. That's her name. I don't know what her ethnicity is, but she is intelligent enough and learned enough and wary enough to read the tea leaves. Okay, she sees the direction that Black America is heading, and she recognizes, well, I don't want to bring about the ear or the ire of Black America, so let me go ahead and go with it. So you understand what I mean? So she's checking, I believe she's checking another immigrant because he's trying to speak about the Black experience. And see, here's the problem. A lot of these folk, you know, they'll get on there and speak on behalf of Black America, and they'll say all this, you know, crazy sellout type talk, and, you know, folk will get it on the media and they'll use it against us. And that's out of pocket. We wouldn't say things like that. So, you know, whether you agree with this young lady or not, bottom line is the mass media and the media in general and Black leadership is feeling what's happening. You see, you can't, we're tired of it. It's so many immigrants, African, Caribbean over here, that they're starting to eat away at our political power. They're starting to speak on our behalf, and it's annoying. It's no different than ladies, all the ladies in the house. It's like if another woman come in your house and start trying to tell your children and your man what they should do, or speaking on behalf of how you should run your house. Same thing with you fellas. You hanging out with your children. You let's say you teaching your kid how to, you know, play a certain sport, or how to catch a baseball, or how to shoot hoop, and then you got somebody else who you didn't invite in the conversation trying to educate your son or daughter on how they should perform a certain sport, and you didn't ask them to. You see, so they're overstepping their bounds. As immigrants, you should speak on behalf of immigrant issues, but don't speak on behalf of Black American issues, and that's why she's going off. So let's keep listening.
When I am talking to somebody from Sudan, from the Congo, from Angola, I am listening to understand their experience, not to undermine it. And I refuse to allow anybody from Grenada, from Angola, from any other place to come and try to undermine the experience of Black Americans.
Well, you know, there it is. I guess it's starting to catch on. So this is not an internet fad. This is just simply Black folk explaining our perspective, and you really can't get mad at that. Y'all hit the number 1 button. Let's take a look at this now. Let's here's another reason why we want to delineate.
We posted a graph listing the immigrant welfare recipient rates by country of origin. Which one is number 1? It's Bhutan with 80.
Listen to this. This is the immigrants on welfare. Now, 10, 15 years ago, all the people from Africa would just be considered Black. Okay. All right. But now, come to find out,
1.4% of immigrant household receiving social assistance. That is insane. The second.
Look at all you got Yemen, Somalia. You have Congo, Guinea. You have Cape Verde, Zaire, and Sudan. These are all African countries. All these people would be considered African. Now that's what 4 or 5 on the list, okay, of Africans, right? So this ups the number of Black people on so-called welfare, but they, and even the Dominican Republic, because they're classified as Black when they come up here. But let's keep listening.
Is Yemen with 75.2%. Number 3, Somalia with 71.9%. Number 5, Dominican Republic with 68.1%. And then Afghanistan, 68%.
Now this is a whole list. At the bottom, you got Cuba, you got South Sudan, Haiti, Eritrea, Togo, Sudan. You have all, I mean, it's like 8 or 9 African countries on there. On the internet, I mean, on the census, they're Black. As far as welfare, they're Black. They're not, there's no designated space for these people from their particular country. You see? And so that all gets mushed into Black America. So now we have our percentages on welfare up, and it's just not making sense to us. And so this is another reason why delineation is important.
Congo 66%, Guinea 65%, Samoa 63%, Iraq 60%, Armenia.
I have a question for you. Why do we need these people in this country if they're just going to come extract the system, cause rampant fraud, praise Sharia law? And I say this as a son of immigrants. When people like immigrants from the 90s came, they came with a social contract. They came to the country knowing, hey, I have to provide value or I don't belong here.
Okay. Now, when I finish with this, you guys are gonna be like, man, we should have been delineated. I remember some years back, okay, I remember some years back. You guys remember the DC sniper? I remember the DC sniper, and I'm like, damn, this is black dudes. We was praying to hell, hoping this was a white person doing this crazy stuff. Like, damn, golly, man, this is right around like the 9/11 situation was happening. We like, damn, man. Now, I'm going to show this video to you guys so y'all can check it out for yourself. I didn't know. None of us knew.
Listen,
did you know that the DC sniper was Jamaican? Do you know that? This ain't even us. We thinking he's people from Alabama or Mississippi. His people are from Jamaica. This is not even us. And we took all the heat all these years for this dude. This is not us, man. This day out there, these people was riding around in the back of a truck, popping people, man. And this is not even us. We can get rid of this shame for this dude. We can shed this shame that we had all these years for the DC sniper. You understand? I mean, think it ain't life good. We get Babe Ruth, come to find out he's biracial, right? And we get to get rid of the DC sniper. That's not us. That's not us. You can have that. Jamaicans, where your flags at? All you Jamaicans, come on, whip your flags out. I know y'all got Usain Bolt and Bob Marley, but you also got the DC snipers. So y'all, come on, Jamaicans. Where my blood clot, Yardman? Come forth, come down, Yardman. We know. Come down, Yardman. We want to see you. Come, these your people here. Claim your man, claim your man.
The fucking kid. This is the DC sniper. He was not a foundational black American. This was a Jamaican-born man.
Oh.
This was a Jamaican man, okay? He was not a brother. The black delegation would like to ask to take him off of our record.
Get him off our record.
He was not a foundational black American. And we will be revisiting all the files of all the major criminals who are allegedly black and figuring out their lineage. This is a Jamaican man, okay? I knew it wasn't a brother who did that shit.
That ain't us, man. Get your people. Get your people. Get your people. Jamaicans, where you at? Don't run from it now, Jamaicans. That's your people. The DC sniper was a Jamaican. We didn't know. Nobody told us. And this is the problem with flat blackness. Here we are walking around in shame, thinking, oh man, that's jacked up, man. That's crazy. Here's another one for you. Check this out. All of this.
Hey, is that our guy?
Fair use.
Yeah, confirmed it's him.
Look, anytime something happens in Florida, if it happens in Florida or New York, it ain't us. I'm at this point, I've looked at enough videos in preparation for this broadcast. If something went down in Florida or maybe the Panhandle, now if it's close to the Panhandle, that might be us. But anything west and south of east and south of Tallahassee, that ain't us. That's y'all. That belongs to y'all. That ain't us. Anything in Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy, all that, that's you all. That's y'all. Okay? We don't throw that our way no more. But let's listen to this.
All right, boys, game time.
Get him. Hey, they're rolling up on him.
All right, he's hauling ass again. Hey, tell those guys to keep up with him. All right, we're at that Wawa.
Yeah, look at him.
Right, moving in.
Bad boy.
Yeah, today we went after one of our prosecution team's targets. CBP's been following them for a couple of days for us. Got out early this morning, identified the subject during a known route, and came and did a stop here today.
You're under arrest because you have a warrant for U.S. immigration customs enforcement. Will now you violate your status in the United States. Oh my God.
Well, when you see this man, he's black. Unless he speaks or you know his name, you don't know that he's not black. You don't know and you assume that he's black American. And more importantly, the mass media doesn't distinguish at any given time. You just assume that they're black, and so we have to take that charge. You see what I mean? He gets mushed or slammed into flat blackness, and then we have to take that charge. And so this is why we're delineating. Now, we're going to talk about some criminality.
You can't be dealing drugs in the United States as a legal permanent resident. That's not how we operate.
Look. Oh, no. You out of here, man. You look at him looking like he knew that. You knew he knew that. Okay, he thought he was going to get his money and go.
Illegal drugs?
He act like he ain't know he was selling drugs. You know he was. Come on, man. Stop playing.
Your criminal record doesn't show that. Have a seat.
Have a seat. Florida Highway Patrol. I'm not claiming anything in Florida from now.
Found some oxycodone in the car, things like that. He's going to be going to immigration proceedings. He's a known past drug dealer in the country, and he's violated his status as a legal permanent resident. So that's what.
You're going to El Salvador. Somebody type El Salvador in the chat room.
What'll be going on with him today? We're going to book him to Palm Beach County Jail and then move on to the next target.
You're going to El Salvador, man. They might send you back to Africa. They sent about 15 Cubans to Africa. You can be anti-black as you want to, but I don't think being anti-black in Africa is a good idea. But let's keep listening. Let's talk about we got him out the way. Let me. This is what they're doing down there. This is not us. This is what they're doing. And
it's Miami mayor. Yeah. The feds are accusing the former mayor of lying so he could become a U.S. citizen. And now they want to strip him of his U.S. citizenship.
NBC6 politics reporter Hatzel Vela first broke the story and joins us now with new information out of Washington. Hatzel?
Jackie Joanne, the feds say they're going to ask the court to revoke his citizenship. And you're about to learn how this whole process will unfold.
Revoke his citizenship. That means he's going to be denaturalized. You understand me? I think Trump has about 300 people that he's going to denaturalize. All these people were citizens, and they're going to go home. They're going back to the country. They got naturalized into the United States. They left their country. F y'all. You got to go back and see them people. Ooh, it's going to be hot.
Philip Bieneme has over 9 years of governmental experience.
The federal government alleges the former mayor of North Miami, Philippe Bieneme, had two identities that allowed him to eventually become a citizen.
It's a story you won't see anywhere else.
NBC6 first broke the story even before the Department of Justice released the information. This morning, the U.S. attorney says this defendant built his citizenship on fraud using false identities, false statements, and a
How bold is that? You are over here on a fraudulent name, and you want to run for the mayor? You don't think we would notice that? You don't think you have friends back in Haiti? Because that is not his name. His name is Philip. And somebody probably called the ICE hotline and snitched on you. That's pretty bold. You over here, you're supposed to be quiet if you out here doing fraudulent stuff. You got to be quiet. You're not even good at being a crook. You can't be a loud crook. You got to be quiet. You understand what I'm saying? Silence. You say, omerta. Is that what the Italians say? Omerta? Silence. That means shut up.
Sham marriage to evade a lawful removal order. First, they allege Bieneme used a fraudulent.
Now, I can look at him and tell that he's not my people. I can look at that hairline. Look at that hairline. Okay? But white people can't tell. I look like his twin to most white people. They think we identical. You understand what I'm saying? They just see a black man. All right? And this, it just says black. It never even mentions that he was Haitian. You understand me?
Photo switch passport to enter the U.S. under the name Jean-Philippe Janvier. In 2001, they say he was ordered removed back to Haiti. But the government says he stayed in the U.S. using a new name and a date of birth and married a U.S. citizen to get his permanent residency. The marriage, they say, was fraudulent and invalid because he was already.
I mean, you just need, some of you immigrants, let me give y'all some help. Y'all need to just change your name to like Tom or Bob. Just give yourself a whole nother name. Bob, William, Jamal. Okay. I have not met a foreigner named Keisha yet. If you name yourself Keisha, Sharon Jenkins, ICE will not come looking for you. Okay. Keisha is a safe name for all you. Somebody type Keisha in the chat room. All the ladies whose name is Keisha or derivative of Keisha, Keisha, Keisha. If you know a Keisha, I want you to type Keisha, and I still can't quite figure out how to spell Keisha or where the name came from, but type Keisha in the chat room. all you immigrants, name yourself Keisha. Okay? Name yourself Keisha and you will not be deported. Okay? If you are a man, okay, if you are a child, even if you from Ukraine, wherever you from, name yourself anything with a Tay at the end of it. If you have a boy child, name the child, put a Tay in it. Okay, it could be Devontae, Kishante, Lamarte, Bacarte, anything. If you put a Tay in it, you won't get deported. Okay, Keisha and a boy name with Tay in it, the ICE want to, no, he's not, we're not looking for him. Yeah. Any, John, last names, Tickfall. If your last name is Devontae, Jerron, Tickfall, ICE is not gonna look for you. Not at all. You good. You good. If your last name is Green, Brown, Tucker, let's get some more. If it got an Ann in the middle of it, Mary Ann, Linda Ann, Keisha Ann, Tickfall. They're not looking for you. ICE is gonna pass you right up. Okay? If your name is Jamarcus, Leon Brown III, they're not looking for you. Okay, but these names, anytime ICE probably has ChatGPT, if they have more than 6 vowels in their first name, they're coming for you. They're coming for you. Okay, I'm just saying, the slave master name, that's why they're not looking for us. All you brothers out there that change your name to Muhammad, yeah, you joined the Nation of Islam back in the 90s when you was in jail, you still keep that name Muhammad. You better go back to your real name. Your name is Jamal. You better go back to being Jamal, okay? Because when you start talking about your name is Brother Muhammad X the Third, they're gonna send you to Senegal. You're gonna be over in Senegal, okay? Keisha's gonna be here. All the Keishas and Leroy's and Devontae's, we all gonna be here. We Kishante, all of us, all the time. We need to have a Tay reunion. Okay, y'all know my middle name, right? Damon. I almost named my son Demonte. Okay, that's what I did. It's a science behind it. Okay. Now this is gonna be some made-up science. Uncle D is about to bullshit y'all for a minute, but it's gonna be funny. Back during slavery, okay, because every good Negro story starts in slavery. Back during slavery, we would have to travel far all the way across the field. Okay. So we needed names to travel long distances. So a name like Tom, you need more syllables. Okay. So you need a name like Demontre, because you could put extra emphasis on that second syllable. See, a name like James ain't gonna do. No, that ain't gonna do. You need a robust name. Back in the day, they would name our relatives like Mary Ann and Hattie Mae. Somebody type Hattie Mae. It travels a long distance. So Hattie Mae went to Devontae. You see what I'm saying? You see the evolution of these Black Negro names. It started in slavery. I'm the first one to say it. Y'all give me my credit. But anyway, let's go ahead and get back to the broadcast. Praise God. Somebody type hallelujah in the chat room.
Married to a Haitian citizen. In 2006, they say Bien-Aimé became a citizen using his current name. He first served on North Miami's city council, becoming the city's mayor in 2019.
Mayor?
We called the former mayor, told us he had no comments, but his
you better not have nothing to say. You better not say a damn thing.
Attorney told us they're reviewing the filings and intend to respond.
So, very, very in shock, just like everyone.
Man, no, you need a white boy or a Black American lawyer in a situation like that, homeboy. You need a Black lawyer, or you need a Black American lawyer, probably from like Chicago or Detroit. You don't need a Haitian. That ain't gonna work for you. You need one of them white boys that know the judge, or a Black dude that has had so many bad criminal cases he can handle yours. Okay, he ain't ready for it. All right, let's keep going.
The current mayor of North Miami, Alex Solman, served with the former mayor on the city council for many years.
I know him to be, a loving father, someone who served the.
He also was doing some crooked and stealing, sir. That's what he also was doing. The jury is not going to believe you. He's going home. He's going to CCOT. He's going to CCOT. he is going to go to Angola. I would say, man, that's a rough choice. If you had to choose between being sent back to Africa to go to Angola, the Congo, or CCOT down in damn, it's a one-way ticket, man. Damn, where would you go? What would y'all choose, man? I'm like, damn, that's rough, man. That's rough. I don't know what to do, man. That's kind of rough. But let's keep listening. Let's keep listening. Gonna hit to number one.
Women at the Ghana concert. Now, there was a massive debate in the comment section, and the main argument is that the Americans are saying, well,
these are Africans that I believe these folk in the UK saying, they're saying, oh, we're not stealing their culture, but let's listen.
Women at the Ghana concert. Now, there was a massive debate in the comment section.
And these women at the bottom, now look at them. These women at the bottom are in the UK. This is Lagos. Now I want y'all to look at these ladies. Look at the weave. Look at the weavy hair. Look at the clothes they wearing. Okay, just look at. And they said, "Oh, we didn't get this from black women in the United States. We did not at all. Look at these blonde weaves. They didn't get that."
And the main argument is that the Americans are saying, "Well, the blueprint. Everybody wants to beat us so bad."
But why?
How they're dressed.
I didn't even know.
So you telling me that these three young ladies are not dressed like black American women dressed back in the 2000s and in the early 2000s? That's what you telling me. But I'm gonna keep looking. Y'all tell me, because my eyes getting bad. I need to get my prescription up. Let's keep listening.
Nigeria. So what do they want them to be dressing?
I mean, where's the African garbs at? Where your African, where your culture at? Represent. Y'all should have some dashikis on. You know what I mean? You got a blonde wig. Where you get that blonde wig from in Africa? That look like you got it from the Koreans. Where's Dr. Umar? Does he talk to them about wearing their blonde wigs and the glue? Because that don't look like when I look at Africa on those nature specials from back in the day, that ain't what they look like. They didn't look like that. You see them sitting all up there like that? You see that? Look at that. Look. That looked like, to me, that looked like Onyx back in 2009. That's what that looked to me like, right? But when they walking in, you know, when they about to check in with the stripper mom, I mean, I don't know nothing about this, but I had a case once, and I learned that strippers have a stripper mom who gives them stuff that they might need, and then they got to pay their little door fee. And then they gotta be there at a certain time. So let's say you up at Willie G's and you meet a nice chick and she be like, yeah, I gotta leave at 8. Like, why you gotta leave so early, baby? It's early on in the night. Why you leave? She ain't tell you that she is working, you know, but she gotta check in at a certain time, because if she don't check in by like 9 or do the day crowd, then they not gonna let her stay up through the night. You see what I'm saying? And so I had a case. That's how I know about this. And then, of course, you got to tip the bouncer. You got to tip the DJ. And, of course, you got to pay the house. And sometimes you might not make a lot. Okay. And so it's always an issue when you're throwing a lot of ones. Like, that's why they rather give a lap dance than just have you throwing ones. They'll always come, you know, shake your hand. I don't know. I'm not speaking for myself, because, you know, I'm just, because I had a case once. I represented a strip club once. It's a famous case here in Houston, probably like 2014. And so I had to do some research, and I learned a lot about what strippers have to go through. Okay. And, you know, I wasn't married, so it's like whatever, you know, but will say this, I did like the chicken wings. You know, they had like $2 wings on Tuesday, you know, and they have really good music there. And you know, great atmosphere. You know, I just go there for the chicken, and the chicken is good. The chicken is delicious. And so, but anyway, that's what they look like to me. They look like when they first walking in, you know, with their flip-flops on. Okay, that's not what, you know, and strippers are a lot shorter than you think, because like they have the tall shoes on and you think they're taller. You see what I mean? Because like when they walk up on you, not me, because, you know, I'm tall, but when they walk up on you, it's like, golly, you like a big old tall. You about 6'1", girl. You about 6'1". You thick. You got them long legs. And then when you see them when they come out from the back and they take, not me, and they take their makeup off, they like 5'3" and stubby. They a little chubby, you know what I'm saying? Then when the lights come on, you know, like late, not me. I would never be out that late. But some people, they real short. They're real short. They're not as tall as you think they are. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's go ahead and keep listening to the broadcast.
A lot of them feel like the way that they dress, only people in America dress like that. They weren't expecting to see people in Nigeria. I don't know if they thought they were going to wear a head wrapper, gele. How are we supposed to dress? Americans, I'm asking you.
Yeah, how are we supposed to dress?
Somebody supposed to dress with your dashikis on? You supposed to dress with your traditional garb. We want to see y'all throw your leg up like that. I want to see the back of your knee hit you. I want to see that. You know the little dance they do would look like a, and they feet to smash. That's what I want to see. That's how y'all supposed to dress. Y'all ain't supposed to dress like it's 2012 and this is Miami. That's not how you supposed to look.
Any other country, that's not you're supposed to dress.
Like, are you guys not aware that the brands that you buy from are like multinational brands? Luxury brands don't just sell in America.
Weave is not multinational. You could go to the corner store and get that. That's where the weave is.
They sell everywhere else. Nike sells stuff outside of.
I mean, they fine though. Look, they fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna tell you so. I like me a fine, thick brown one like that, boy. I used to like Megan Thee Stallion before I found out she was, you know, a little crazy. I like that. That's why I moved to Texas. I like them big and solid like that, big and wide. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Somebody type yeah, and I like that. I like that. All that right there. That's nice. I like that shit. Excuse me. I'm married. I'm happily married, but I'm saying I can look. Even the preacher look. I'm looking. They fine. Look at them fine, big brown, fine brown women. Yeah, but that ain't how they supposed to dress. That is not how they supposed to dress. Y'all not supposed to be sitting up there like that. Y'all supposed to have some traditional African garbs on with your hair in a head wrap. Talk about welcome. That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to dress like that. That's not it. That's Memorial Day weekend, Miami dress. That's what you got on. So is. Don't get out of here. Let's get out of here. It's too much. Somebody get on up out of here. That's too. It's getting hot up in here. Ooh, praise God. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. Y'all hit the number one button for me. Hit the number one button. I'm trying to get all these videos arranged. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what else is going on.
This just took place in Florida. 2 teenage girls stormed behind the gas station counter, demanding their money back.
Somebody type Florida. You hear this? Florida. Look at these kids. I'm looking at them kids. Them ain't our kids.
They came to the rescue. Burn this bitch down, nigga. They still in the rescue. Burn it.
That ain't us with them do-rags on. Ain't nobody's black mama gonna let them walk out the house with no do-rag on their head like that. That's not us. That ain't us.
Bitch. Okay, thank you.
That's Haiti right there. You hear what them kids doing? Somebody type shout out to FBA Free. These ain't our kids. Look at that.
No, they're kids, so I can just nothing to. I told them, call your guardian, tell your mommy, daddy, I can talk to you.
Yeah, genuine question. What kind of parenting leads to this type of behavior?
No, see how I'm saying? He just assuming it's some regular old black. Them not our children. That's not. They don't even sound. That's not even the accent that black children have. I can listen to let me tell you a hint. I listen to people. Whenever I hear speakers say woman, blah, 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 like they'll say, in this country, woman doesn't have any right or don't have any right. I already know they're foreigners because black people and Americans generally don't say woman, we say women. You understand what I'm saying? And when I hear Latinos say Latino, or even the Caribbean people, they say Latino, they go out of their way to pronounce Latino with a I would assume Hispanic or accent. That ain't us. You giving it away. And so the forehead and how you speak, I know how you speak. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? They can't, boy. No.
Okay, got to leave outside. It's not your home. What? I don't give a fuck. I want my fucking money if I burn this bitch down.
Yeah, I burn this bitch down. That ain't black American. That ain't black.
How much money? $30 fucking dollars. I had fucking 80. I had 80, bitch.
Follow me on X for more updates.
No, you ain't us, baby. No, you need to get your mama. Where's the ice? We're gonna have to get your mama sent on home. No, that ain't us. We don't see that. See what I'm talking about? Somebody type delineate badass. We got some badass kids. Don't get it twisted. We got our own badass kids, but not like that. Okay, those are not our children. Okay. Let's keep listening. Y'all still with me? Hit the number 1 button. Keep going. Let's listen.
Black African movement, about, anti-tethers and calling people tethers and stuff. That's a psyop. That's a psyop. That is a psyop. The sooner we realize that, the better. And watch how aggressive these people are about it too. That's what should
Somebody type these people in the chat room. These people. He said, watch how aggressive these people are. Go ahead.
You know what I mean? Why are you all of a sudden so fervent about I hate tethers or they don't understand us? Where was all of this a year ago, 2 years ago? And all of a sudden
I showed y'all some videos of Smokey Robinson a long time ago explaining that, that's so where was it 2 years ago? You heard what he said? Let's listen to Dr. Claude Anderson.
Earlier in an answer where you said that you talk about native blacks. And so that clearly sounds as if you are delineating native blacks versus.
What did he say? Did he say delineate? So this is, how old is this? About 30 years old?
Someone that comes here from Bermuda or Jamaica or wherever they may they may come from that is black.
That's right.
And the purpose of that is what? Because you're on the surface, it would be like, hey, everybody here that's black gets treated a certain way. Why are you making that delineation?
Why are we delineating? This is about 30 years ago now.
That is an excellent point. You know why? Because you see, those people coming in from Jamaica or coming in from Africa, they have not been treated like black folk in this country. That's the first thing. And secondly, historically, they haven't had those historical experiences. They come in here voluntarily. When they come in here, they bring some cultural aspects from Africa. They can go back anytime they want. But the black people in this country have been exceptional people. Nobody's been.
He is clearly a foundational black American man. Okay. Dr. Claude Anderson's been saying the same thing for decades.
Mistreated, maltreated like them. Black folk are exceptional. They're the only people that came here forcefully, one. Two, they're the only people that denied their humanity. Three, they were the only people that denied a right to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Four, they were the only people that denied the right to participate in government. Five, they were the only people that denied the right to vote. Six, they were the only people that denied the right to have an education. Seven, they were the only people that denied the right to have a business. Eight, they were the only people that participated in every war that this country has had since its founding, but whose mother country has never been against this country. All those immigrants come from countries where they fought America, and they came in. And the seven, that they are the oldest and most patriotic people in the country.
Now, I want you all to pay very close attention to this, because they always try to give Brother Tariq Nasheed a hard time. They say, oh, you invented this. Brother Tariq Nasheed is a historian. He is a scholar. He's a filmmaker. Okay. Of course, he would know who Dr. Claude Anderson is. Of course, he would know who all these great thinkers are and great people. He obviously listened to what Dr. Claude Anderson said. Just like one generation will take something from a previous generation and pick it up and move forward with it. At the time Dr. Claude Anderson was really saying these things, remember we had, it was the era of the Million Man March. Minister Louis Farrakhan was hired. We were all about black unity. It was this gentleman in his foresight who said, hold on, let me step back and look at this. Where is this actually leading to? Because if we start letting all these immigrants in, it's all good and we can fall under this one black banner, but they're going to start wanting political power and using resources. And these folk really don't see us as the same people. And so now we have a generation, here we are in 2026, and of course, beyond. You had that brilliant young brother, Tariq Nasheed, who said, hey, well, you know what? This is one of those arrows we need from our quiver, from our ancestors, and we're going to pick it up. It's no different than black folks are now saying, well, you know what, now we're going to start, since you white folk don't want us in your universities. Our ancestors have already established over 100 HBCUs. There are plenty of HBCUs to educate black American children. And at the point, if they don't want to send us, we'll send them to Meharry, we'll send them to TSU, we'll send them to Florida, we'll send them to we'll send them to Morehouse, we'll send them to all these different HBCUs that we have, and that we'll be fine, and we'll get through this tantrum white folk are throwing. And when they go back to some semblance of normality, we'll be all right. But this is why we have those institutions, which is why at the beginning of this broadcast, I said, go find you a little tiny black church and drive your BMW and your Mercedes-Benz and your rich family members, and y'all go over there and sit in that church at least once a month and make sure you contribute. Find your we need our little black churches. I'm tired of these mega churches. The TV churches area is over where you need some good spiritual food. You need to get with your own people. You need to embrace your black culture. My whole family, we got a little tiny black church in the heart of Fifth Ward. Okay. But bottom line is, this is the father of the delineation movement. This is Dr. Claude Anderson. Listen to what he had. Finish listening to what he has to say.
Not the Confederates in the South. They're not the most patriotic people waving the Confederate flag. The most patriotic people in this country are black people, native blacks, because you see 99% of all those blacks have been direct descendants of slaves. They've been here before 99% of all the other people ever arrived in this country. They are special people. And because they're special people, they need to be recognized, appreciated, and reparated for what they've done in this country and building this country. They're the ones that built the bridges, the roads, cut the timber, the trees, and cleared the land, raised the tobacco, cotton, indigo. They're the people that fought to raise in every war to protect this country. The people coming from Africa or coming from Jamaica didn't. They came here voluntarily.
Where is he giving you any inaccurate information? All of this is accurate. This man was saying this 30 years ago. All right, let's keep listening.
And the most important point on this is, if you lump them with black folk, then you give the dominant white society a justification to say we don't owe black folk anything. Because you see, the blackness there's no.
You got Jamaicans and Caribbeans and Africans saying that you don't owe blacks anything. And that's the bigger problem. It's not that white folks are saying you don't owe blacks and we don't owe these, but you got the Jamaicans. It's not like they came over here and jumped on page and said, yeah, you need to pay these black Americans. They're not saying that. They're saying the exact opposite.
The blackness, black people's blackness is more than just color. It is their heritage, it's their history, it's their code of conduct, and more importantly, it is their badge of honor, and it's what it symbolizes the indebtedness this country has to them. This country does not have an indebtedness to people coming from Africa. They don't have an indebtedness to people coming in from the Bahamas. If you lump black folk in there, you deprive black folk of the benefit, the debt that's owed them. Don't do that.
He's talking about
You
flat
are spitting
blackness.
fire.
Somebody type Dr. Claude Anderson in the chat room. Now let's go back to what this gentleman is saying. Let's listen to him again.
The Free Black African movement, about, anti-tethers and calling people tethers and stuff, that's a psyop. That's a psyop. That is a psyop. The sooner we realize that, the better. And watch how
all tether means is that you've tethered yourself to the black experience and black politics, and you're just floating along and we're doing all the work, or you tied it to our historical experience in this country and you're reaping the benefit from it. That's all that means. You just like a little dinghy would tether itself to a ship so it can get drug along. That's
these people are about it too. Like, that's what should be, you know what I mean? Like, why are you all of a sudden so fervent about I hate tethers, or they don't understand us?
Why are they so fervent about delineation? It's because of, let me show you why. Let me show you exactly. I'm going to show y'all why we are so fervent about delineation. Y'all listen to this. This is why.
American so much. Why did you come to America? Okay, first of all, miss me with that. Black Americans don't run in America. You don't own or control anything in America besides your mouth. That is the only thing you run. Okay, that is the only thing you run in America, your mouth. You think Africans came here because of you? We came here to hustle, bro. The same reason we go to France, Britain, Germany. We go to hustle. We don't care about you. See, we learn your history out of courtesy. Out of courtesy. You guys still walk around thinking Africa is a country full of mud huts and mud cookies. You have no courtesy, no respect to learn other people's history. And you think we came here because of you? Shut your dirty black behind up, idiot. Talking about if you hate black Americans so much, why come to America? Did we come here for you? No. Did Africans come here for you? Did Caribbean people come here for you? Idiot. Listen, you are just upset because black immigrants that come here don't want to side with your degeneracy. They don't want to side with your ghetto behaving. That is why you're upset. We don't want to be pookies or raries. We want to work hard. And you're upset, right? You're upset. Talking about, but the white man gave you everything. That's right. Idiot. Did the white man not give you HBCUs? Did the white man not give you PPP loans, EBT, Section 8, civil rights? They gave you everything. Even your admixture was co-signed by your massa, talking about Africans come here but they hate black Americans. No one cares about you, bro. See, we just don't care. Nobody hates you, we just don't care. The problem is, you want black immigrants from Africa, the Caribbean, to fear and respect you just because your ancestors went through slavery? Look around. We all did. We all did. Do you see people of Congo oppressing black Americans because they went through what they went through? You want everyone to fear and respect you because of what your ancestors went through. No, that does not give you a pass to be ignorant. No.
Now, I want to just take this opportunity for you all to acknowledge the fact that I have not once interrupted this gentleman because you all have asked me not to. And, you know, you're probably screaming at your phones and whatnot, right? But I'm not going to interrupt. I'm going to let him go on because you all have told me when people are, you want to hear the video, like I said, you could go right over there to TikTok and pull the thing and listen to it all you want to, put some music to it. But you all have told me not to interrupt people when they're talking. So that's why I'm letting him, and I'm proud of me. I'm proud of me for not interrupting. I'm going to go ahead and let this angry gentleman continuing with his, his tirade, and you all can sit and listen.
No, Emmett Till does not give you a pass to be ignorant. Nat Turner, what happened to Nat Turner does not give you a pass to act ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
You are acting degenerate right now. Do the black British people act this way towards you when you go there because their ancestors were enslaved? Do they do that? Do the ones in the Caribbean act this way towards you because their ancestors were enslaved? You think you're special? No, you were special educated boss people. Idiot. Everything your ancestors fought for, you have given away. Everything your ancestors fought for, you have given away. You are not even replicas of your ancestors no more. Your Timu versions of Malcolm X. Your Timu versions of Malcolm X. You are not even idiot. Painful.
Well, so there you are. That's how they really feel, right? I mean, that's according to this gentleman, that's how they feel. It's, and I'm gonna let that set on you for a little while because this is what he wanted to know why.
Where was all of this like a year ago, 2 years ago? And all of a sudden, all of these people, all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. They're too aggressive for it to be like natural. And you would have thought it would develop like quicker, because the Free Black African movement has been around for so long. How come these themes have, I'm sure they've been there, but how come they're all of a sudden so prominent? It doesn't make any sense, like how fast this is. And anybody who's been paying attention, you'll see we're in like post-Pan-Africanism. So like, where was the transition? How did we go from?
Where are you from? That's what I want to know. I want to know where you're from. I want to know what island your people came from, because I'm just saying, I'm not saying anything, but I'm listening. Okay, where are you from? Because see, you can be posing as a foundational Black American as if you're speaking from the crowd on this side, but in actuality, your loyalty is to your nation or your tribe or your country. So where the flags at? I like these folk to put their flags up, so we'll know.
Pan-Africanism straight to hating immigrants and calling them tethers.
Yeah, I know it hurts to be called a tether, but did you hear the little angry African, all the mean stuff? Somebody typed idiot in the chat room. He called us idiots and he said he did not care. And so you complained about Black people calling you tethers, and you got this dude saying these things. Let's get some more information. Are we still here? Are we still listening? We have more work to do. It's gonna be a long night out here. It's gonna be a long night, baby. We let's see let's check this video. Now this is a little movie. It came out. These Black people went over to Africa, and she's a Black American, and she's saying how she was treated when she went to Africa.
People in Liberia, they don't want us.
Liberia, people in Liberia, listen.
They say in the sermons, those people in Liberia, they don't want us. Just because our skin is the same, it don't make us the same.
Just because our skin is the same don't make us the same.
We're not Africans.
We are not Africans. Okay, let's keep this.
Well, what are you then?
Yeah.
I'm an American.
Yeah. There you.
Mary Jane, what happened to you over there? I realized who I am.
I realize who I am. What happened to you over there? Because, the other thing is we got to understand a lot of Africans, I noticed that these folk, they always want to ask us where we're from. No, you notice that? Where y'all from? You don't know where you from. They don't ask Jamaicans where you from.
More of a ratio that we're honestly doing well. They just feel like you guys are just not doing much.
Parents are from New York.
Americans, they don't know where they're from,
I think American black people are the most lost black people in the world.
We are lost, right? We lost. Now, I want you to understand something. You got people who are black people not in Africa, not in the Caribbean, not in the matter of fact, if you're a Jamaican and you ended up in the UK, you 2 countries removed from Africa. Okay, Jamaica to Africa. We are not even a diasporic people. We're not foundational black Americans, or black Americans are not a people who are scattered about the world. We might go visit, but we come back. But these people are telling us we don't know where our home is. Our home is where we are. We are Americans. Okay, but let's listen to this. So again, when we talk about the African diaspora, Nigerians are diasporic. They're everywhere. Jamaicans are everywhere. Trinidadians are everywhere. People from Ghana, South Africa, they're everywhere around the globe. Black Americans largely stay right here in America. So we are not a diasporic people. Keep that in mind. So let's keep listening.
They're both from Grenada. They came here in the 80s and 90s. So what he was saying about how they think that black people are lazy does resonate with me, because I've heard that a lot.
Don't go and talk to those black Americans. You just go and get pregnant. You get into drugs. You start become the gang banging. Just go to the white community, find a nice place. They just go and be and
get in drugs, gang banging. That's what they say about
be
it.
decent. Stay with the white people.
We don't want them here.
They're your brothers and sisters.
They're not our brothers.
Now that's a man on the street. That black man on the street said they are not our brothers. And y'all remember this lady.
Okay. Dirty black American.
Why you say that?
Because that's what y'all are. Dirty black American.
She just said that?
I did. A dirty black American. I sure did.
The reason why Africans have this negative connotation on African Americans is because of the stereotypes, what they're seeing on TV.
My father's side of the family looked at black Americans a certain way, and they already had in their mind, whether they said it on social media or not. We could sit here and make it seem like it's an illusion, but all other groups of black people, which we're all black, we tend to look down on black Americans.
It's just a way to put.
Let me point something out. As a snooty, bougie black man, we look down on you all. Because you see, here's the problem, and I'm gonna interrupt because I've because Uncle D, Uncle D is very snooty, okay, in a good way. Let me help you understand something. You all are a novelty. You teach our little science classes, and we enjoy your accents. But at the end of the day, we don't think you all are in any way superior. We think you are just more black people. When we see you in our different fraternities and our sororities, we kind of let it go. But the truth is, you don't really have power. You're not really connected. We don't understand your culture. We don't really want to understand your culture. How you feel about yourself is not how we feel about you. On another note, we appreciate you. It's not that we don't like you, but we just don't have any feelings about you. But now, since you want to talk bad about black people, I want you to understand something. When most of you black immigrants, whether it's from the Caribbean or Africa, when you move to America, you move to the ghetto, okay? You don't move to the upper echelons. You don't move to the wealthy black communities. You move to the ghetto, so you are around poor people. You move to the projects. You move to the inner cities. So you are there with Pookie and Ray Ray. So your opinion of black people in America is based on your experiences with poor black people. Now, successful black people haven't lived in the ghetto for generations. You see, successful black people have moved out the ghetto. So when we see you there with Pookie and Ray Ray, we equate you with Pookie and Ray Ray. Yes, you have a little accent. Yes, you have multiple vowels in your last name, and sometimes y'all have some M's before the G's, and we don't necessarily know how to say them. But at the end of the day, your experience is with poor black people. That's been your experience, and you're basing your entire experience in America and your interactions with Black America with poor black people. And so now some of you are beginning to work your way up into our more elite organizations. Jack and Jill. I was at a Links Incorporated meeting. No Africans, one African dude there. Okay. And they had one African child, pretty little black girl, pretty little black baby who got an award, but the rest of them were foundational Black American people. And so you still haven't made it into the upper echelons of Black America. Just because you're a politician, you run for that. Those, let me tell you how I feel about politicians. Politicians are like those strippers I was talking about earlier. I've paid enough of them off. Just here you go. Good luck. Here's $1,000 for you. I have a standard fee that I give politicians. Here's $1,000. If I like them, I'll give them $2,500. And it doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat or whatever. But would I want to be a politician? Hell no. It's a step down. You see, I'd rather just live my life, talk to you all crazy on the internet at night. But at the end of the day, these people are basing their experiences in Black America on their experiences with poor black people. Everybody gets tested in the ghetto. That's what ghetto life is like. And you all have just got here 40, 50 years ago. And, you know, that's your impression. You all have taken on their activities. You all act like poor black people from the ghetto. Okay, but nevertheless, let's go ahead and let them finish this tirade.
Push this stereotype to give other cultures the green light to be disrespectful towards Black Americans.
But you also have to look at the statistics.
Mm-hmm. Now let's go back to him.
Americans so much. Why did you come to America? Mm-hmm. Okay, first of all, miss me with that. Black Americans don't run in America.
There you go.
You don't own or control.
Now, look at that. If I saw him coming, I would walk the other way because you look like you are from the ghetto. But let's go ahead and keep listening to people who, you know, let's listen to some more folk. I want you all to hear every bit of all of this. And see, we you know, we earned it.
Country worth saving?
No, burn it all the fuck down.
Do what?
Burn it the fuck down and start over.
This is how they really feel about America. I want you to understand that. They're telling you now. Now they got a few numbers up. They telling you how they really feel. Let's keep on listening to this cat. This is how you feel about America.
If you were to be able to move out of America, would you?
Yes, actually, thank you for asking me. If these MAGA people think that I am as an immigrant shouldn't be here, please set a GoFundMe and pay for me to.
This is a immigrant woman who came here voluntarily, who's saying F America, you know, burn it down, right? This has never been us. Okay, this has never been Black Americans. Whether you look at our leadership, if you look at the leadership of Black America, I'm not talking about your Marcus Garveys. I'm not even talking about Brother Malcolm or the Minister Louis Farrakhan, because they had mothers who were immigrants. Okay, but those of us Thurgood Marshalls, when you talk about W.B. Du Bois, when you talk about Booker T. Washington, we always were loyal to America. Matter of fact, Thurgood Marshall petitioned Lincoln to let Black men join the Civil War for the Northern Army. This is how patriotic we were. We've always been patriotic. We want America to change. We don't want it to burn it down. The immigrants, they don't like America. And whether they'll admit it or not, they talk about America. They talk about Black America. You think they talk about Black Americans? Go talk to a Jamaican. A Jamaican would tell you they call America Babylon. Tell me what a lie is. They have songs about America being Babylon. Do you all know what Babylon is? That's the place that falls, the evil place in the Bible. This is how they feel about our country. They'll come up here and use the resources. They'll come push a baby out, get some welfare, get some EBT. But they don't like America. That's never been a foundational Black American motif. Y'all keep listening.
To leave, and I will leave. Make it a campaign, and I will be gone as soon as they raise the money for me.
We gotta pay you to leave. We gotta pay you to leave. They got some boats headed back to Jamaica. You don't need to stay. Get on out
Thank
here.
you for asking me.
I just want you to know, though, we don't want you to leave.
No, but thank you for asking me. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
so let them start a campaign, and I will be going.
Take your ass back to where you came from, or we'll call ICE to drag your ass up out of here.
And these people, I mean, but for her accident, she sounds like, a Black woman. And so it's like, that's not us. That's not what we do. We are not like that. You got a lot of anti-American immigrants with Black skin. And here's the thing. We white folk know that you're not from it. We know that. Everybody knows where you're from.
You're African, bro.
Yeah, I'm African, bro. I'm not denying the fact.
You're not.
Now, let me say this. This video that I'm going to show, it proves a point. White people have always known Africans, the difference between Africans and foundational Black Americans. They just haven't said anything. But you could be absolutely certain that they're looking at these internet streets and they're reading the tea leaves and they're following the lead of Black Americans. And they say, oh, well, if they're not under the cover of Black Americans anymore, we can go get them. Listen to this.
Yeah, I'm Niger boy, bro.
You're African, bro.
Yeah, I'm African, bro. I'm not denying the fact.
You're not Black, bro. You're African.
Being African is being Black. Are you dumb?
Nah, bro. On God, there's a difference. Okay, so you're Black, yeah? If someone's Black, like, they carry the culture, the heritage, of all that stuff of a Black person,
Look at him. It's not working anymore, homeboy. Your little mask is off.
If someone's Black, like, they carry the culture, the heritage, of all that stuff of a Black person, But an African guy, he has different culture, he has different everything.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
If you look at when you talk Black, I'm thinking like African American, like the Black guys you see in the U.S. But then when you say African, I'm thinking of all the Niger boys, all those guys, Ghana and all that stuff. It's very different people.
Ever since my mom gave birth
Very different people.
to me, I've never seen anybody as stupid as you.
Now you mad. Now you mad because he calling you out. Now you mad because the white boy said you are not Black America. You are not Michael Jordan. You are somebody else, sir. You're not Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson. That's the culture that we know to be Black. You are a foreigner. Somebody type foreigner in the chat room. They don't like that. Let's be good.
You are beyond stupid. I'm lost of words to describe how stupid you are, bro. You make me lose a brain cell. I'm not gonna.
No, you just, bro, you faking it. Everybody knows you faking it. Okay, everybody knows. Somebody type foreigner in the chat room. You're a foreigner.
Okay? Like, I might gotta go to bed after this. Like, I'm done streaming.
Go get on up out of there, man. It's not working anymore. We all see it. You see, and you can't be mad at that. I mean, where the flags at? Y'all quick to whip your flag. I'm not Black American. Here's the cold part about it. They've been telling us, I'm not Black American. I'm not Black America for decades. And now they would say, you know what? You're right. You're not Black American. They have a problem. Now let's listen to what
when it comes to violence, right? When it comes to real violence, no race dominate more than Africans. White people got nothing on Africans. Black people got nothing on Africans. I tell you that, okay? Now,
this is an African telling you that nobody's more violent than African. These are the people. Where's that dude at? Let me get him back in here. I'm sorry. Did y'all see enough of this guy? I want to make sure we don't lose him. We need to keep
American so much.
Yes.
Why did you come to America?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, miss me with that. Black Americans don't run in America.
Okay.
You don't own or control anything in America.
Looking like a goddamn Negro Smurf.
no, white folks, they got guns, so they delete one another. Black folks got gun, they delete one another. Okay, Africans don't have that. Africans, what they do is they poison you.
Poison.
If an African don't like you, it'll be your friends, your family, your uncle, whoever it might be. They will poison you through food, through drinks, or even worse, if they don't
I ain't going over for dinner. Look at that. They poisoning people. Goddamn.
like you'll just wake up one morning and your whole legs will be big like a football field.
Damn.
And you'll wonder what happened to you. They put voodoo on your legs. Okay? If they don't like you, They will put voodoo on you or they will poison you. It's even worse than getting shot at.
And how many of y'all want to move back to the motherland? How many of y'all moving back? They're gonna poison y'all ass. They're gonna poison the hell out of y'all ass. Y'all take your black ass back over there if you want to. Talk about you leaving Detroit. You leaving your nice house in Detroit to move back to Africa. They're gonna poison the shit out of you. You're gonna try to go over there and open a goat farm and revitalize Africa. They're gonna swallow you up like quicksand. Keep listening to them.
Okay, that's why I say Africans, nobody they are the worst when it comes to committing violence against.
He was going off. This is what he's saying about his own people. Y'all want to take y'all butts over there? Go on over there if you want to. I'm not saying don't go visit, don't go hang out. I'm saying, you know, this is what they're, you know, some people, here's the thing. I believe you. You don't have to tell me twice, okay? You do not have to tell me twice. I believe you. When you tell me, I believe you. Okay, now let's talk some more about the culture that we see. I want you to hear this. Now this is, look at this. Look at this. This is in Africa. Listen to what they saying. Okay, you hear the song? Where does it sing? This is like they at Southern University and homecoming, right? Right? Look at that. That look like SU to me. That looks like Southern University's homecoming to me. Okay.
Hold on.
It's not. Listen to this. So what you have is you've had some Africans take a Black American video at a.
All right, that's better.
Let him explain.
So if you couldn't tell, that is a regular basketball game in Atlanta.
In Atlanta,
where Black people are doing the swag surf dance to swag surfing, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
And I guess somebody in
some Africans took the swag surf bootleg video from Instagram and superimposed some African tribal dope boy music on it, right? And that's what they do.
South Africa decided to overdub the audio with some South African rap song.
Yes. Let's listen to it. I mean, not only are they stole your music style, but now they stealing your video footage. They pretending like this. I'm thinking this is Southern. Come to find out, it's in Atlanta, and they done took it to South. Y'all ain't doing that in South Africa. Look at that.
Hold on.
That crazy? They stealing, but we don't have the culture, right?
Worthless and stupid.
Yes.
Why is it that you guys want us so badly to like your music?
Yes.
Like even to the point of just
stealing,
overdubbing a song we've literally never heard before.
We ain't never heard. We can't even understand.
It's getting desperate.
It's very much so. You're right. I appreciate you for your kind words. He is. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's look at some more videos. Hit the #1 button if you.
Black MAGA, because instead of continuously repeating a delusional lie, we chose to tell the truth, which is that unfortunately anti-blackness is a global issue that in some places is much worse than others. Therefore, the assumption that many Black folks have that everyone who migrates here and happens to be anti-Black were automatically made that way by white America is a bit ridiculous. And many times, if you tell that objective truth, people will say that you're trying to cause division, as if the concern for the possibility of our communities being flooded with people who hate our guts is somehow anti-Black behavior, which makes absolutely no sense. Personally, I've never encouraged my people to reject everyone. I just think that
we just delineating.
With it being clear that not everyone or even the majority of some groups are on the same page as we are or feel as if we're fighting the same fight, because that's what we love to say, that maybe at some point we can collectively stop acting as if we're oblivious to that fact.
We see it. We see it. Black America is nice and patient. I told you, I tell Black American, people they don't realize how nice you are until when you start traveling to other countries and see how unaccepting some of these cultures are. Now let's look at an example of Black MAGA. This is Black MAGA right here.
Unfunded housing. You have to be an American citizen or eligible. If you're not, you this is
a Black MAGA policy. Listen.
Living in HUD-funded housing, you have to be an American citizen or eligible. If you're not, you cannot live in HUD-funded housing. What does this do? It prioritizes American people and American people only.
You got all these foreigners living in these HUD houses, and American taxpayers are paying for it. How many Black people are against making sure that HUD housing, tax housing paid for by the American tax dollar, which is your money, is for Americans? How many of you Black folks? Because if you're for that, then that makes you Black MAGA. That makes you anti-American, as far as some people on the left are. Look, I tell you guys, vote your interest. Vote your interest, okay? Speaking of which, you know what we got to do before I continue? Okay, let me move this fella out the way. Don't play me. You know what time it is. You know what I'm trying to do over here, right? Y'all know what time it is. Let's not play this game. I see all y'all out there. It's time to get the subscriber count up. I need y'all to make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Let me see what my subscriptions look like. We ain't taking a break, but you all need to go ahead and, are you learning something? If you hadn't learned anything, you just hard to teach. But if you learn something, I should earn something. But in the meantime, I need y'all to make sure. Apparently, YouTube took 20 of my subscribers away for whatever reasons. I need you all to make sure you are still subscribed to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel right now. Take the time to subscribe to the channel. I'm checking to see what my subscriptions look like right now. I need you all to take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel. You'll never get another person as bold as me. I need, I need approximately 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. I need 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. Okay, so take the time and hit your little button and subscribe to the channel right now. I know you hear me. I know you hear me. I know. I'm looking at you. You right there. You with your phone like this on the side of your face. I'm looking you in the pickup, you in the truck with your phone down there listening to me in your truck. You riding across the country. Yeah, you. I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. Don't play. All right? Go ahead. Go ahead. You sitting in there ignoring your girlfriend, listening to me, go ahead and do it. Go ahead. Everybody who have something else to do and you sat up here and decide to listen to me with your earphones on, subscribe to the channel right now. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Is he talking to me? I'm talking to you. You with the shirt on. I'm talking to you right now. And I'm talking to you too, lady. I'm talking to you with the bonnet on your head. All the women with bonnets on your head. Every woman with a bonnet on her head, I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. All right? Fellas. All the fellas with crusty feet, I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. I need my crusty feet crew. All the brothers that have not put lotion on their feet and they got ashy ankles, I need you to subscribe to the channel. All the white supremacists who are waiting around for me to to get the Black committee to issue an official apology, I need y'all to hit the subscribe button now. Go ahead and do it. All the angry Muslims, all the angry Black Muslims, I need you to come in here. I need you to subscribe. You need to hear this. You need to come on up in and hear this. I need 6 more people to subscribe to the channel right now. All you angry, come on. Come on now. Don't run from it. Don't just be happy it's not your day. Just be happy it's not your day. I'll be on them. When people die, I give them their day. Haitians, they caught hands last week. The poor Haitians, they was like, what are you doing to me? We are doing. Yeah, I caught hands. It's not your day today, baby. Subscribe to the channel today. Go ahead. We need 5 more people to subscribe to the channel, and I'll get back to work. I need 5 people. Out of 600-700 of y'all, I need 5 folk. You send this to a friend. Send this to your Muslim friend. He about to do his hadith. He over there, you know, talking about don't eat pork, don't eat pork. Send him this. Next time you say, that's why I've been eating them pork rinds in front of you right now. I didn't know. Yeah. I need 5 people. All I need is 5 people to subscribe to the channel, and we will be at 92,000. Okay, I need 4 people. Don't hate watch. You're not gonna sit up here and hate watch me. You're gonna subscribe to this channel. 3 people. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel. I need 3 more people. Look where we at. I want y'all to see where we at. Okay? See that? See, you can't see. It's almost. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel, and I get back to work. I got more to say. I'll talk to you. 2 people. I need 2 people. I got 92,598 people. Subscribe to the channel now. 1 person. I need 1 person to give me the 92,600, and I get back to work. I'm gonna get back to work as soon as y'all give me my 92,600 people. There we go. Praise God. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Now let's get back. Let's get back to where we at. I'd like to thank all the crusty feet people, all the ladies with bonnets on. Okay, I'd like to thank all the angry Muslims, all the white supremacists. Everybody's welcome here with Uncle D, baby. Everybody welcome to get this work. Uncle D is passing out the truth over here. I'm here to hurt your ears, make you feel bad. Yeah, next time they tell you don't eat that pork sandwich, brother. You know you worshiping the damn racist ass religion. You got that brother-in-law trying to, yeah, man, when you gonna come down to the mob? You know you're racist, man. But anyway, that wasn't hard. That wasn't hard, was it? That was easy. See, that was easy. It's all you had to do, baby. Just hit the subscribe button. Y'all still here? Y'all still here? Are y'all still here? Let me know if you're still here. Let's go ahead and get back to work. Look, we're gonna go ahead and speed this thing up. I done talked a little too long. So I'm gonna pass up a couple of these videos. I'm having a little too much fun over here with y'all. It's a little too enjoyable. Y'all, thank you everybody for subscribing to the channel. I actually need I would like to have a couple more subscriptions, but check this out. This is what was going on in Chicago.
Held and talking about expressions of slavery, and you don't even have any.
Hey man, you know what? Shout out to everybody from Chicago. Chicago has really been the spearhead to the delineation movement, and I mean, I'm saying, look, you know how this happened. The little Texas governor sent all those immigrants to Chicago, and they dumped them in the black community, and Chicago stood up. Shout out to all my people from Chicago. But this sister's in Chicago at a city council meeting. Listen to what she has to say very carefully. Hit the number 1, but this is the future right here. This is what's going on.
It's being held and talking about expressions of slavery, and you don't even have any black aldermen there. Now, it's not your fault. It's a testimony of just how sorry and pathetic the black aldermen are in City Hall, which has allowed you all to do all type of things that you all shouldn't be allowed to do. But the fact of the matter is the fact that you have Africans in here today talking about expressions of slavery. Slavery in America happened to us, black Americans, not them. In fact, the Africans of today don't even associate themselves with black Americans.
Is that the truth?
They don't even associate themselves with us. In their little minds, they think they're superior to us. So for them to come over here and think that they should be getting some type of rights and in the conversation of slavery is a straight up insult. Now what you all are trying to do is bring them in on this immigration jump. That's what y'all trying to do. You're trying to bring them in on this immigration jump when you know doggone well the conversation of slavery is not behind black immigrants of today. It's behind black Americans. And you all have yet to address that issue. And you, Sanchez, Rodriguez Sanchez, you won't even give me the dignity of talking about the hate crime bill for black people that I was trying to get going. And you're going to have the audacity to try to bring them in here and try to front like you trying to do something for black people. They're not black Americans. But we're not going to waste our time in here. The real fight.
Now, does that look like, I mean, Does that look like a fad to you? Does that look like an internet fad? To me, it looks like real life. It looks like delineation up close and personal.
It's going to be taking place federally. So whatever y'all think y'all going to do today, just a matter of time, it's going to get undone. Before y'all get real comfortable, don't unpack your clothes, because you're going to get sent back. You better check that paperwork, because if it ain't right, ICE coming to get y'all too. I don't care if your skin is black. You don't get to come over here and ride the Black American wagon for something that you think you're going to get. Don't look at that clock like you rushing me, because I'm going to see you in a form much bigger than this, in a form that's going to be bigger than 3 minutes. You can believe that. And anything you think that you're going to do today, it's going to get undone. Africans are not Black Americans. The slave trade was on us, not them. They don't even associate with us. Don't play no games with black people. That's why the Democrat Party in trouble right now, messing with black people, not them, not them. We got the power in America. You better understand that. Watch.
Well, and so that's where we are. Okay, and we got here for a reason. Now I'm gonna get a couple more videos, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get to my analysis. I want you all to understand that this is not anything new. We don't. Number one,
a piece of the interview that Byron Donald said when he was being interviewed on the Breakfast Club, talking about the reason why he is against reparations is because he is the son of a Jamaican father.
Yeah, this is remember I had those Nigerian immigrants who were running for office earlier. Remember I had them up? Yeah, Byron.
My heart simply broke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 4922, the D.C. Crimes Act. Rather than prioritizing the safety of law-abiding and protecting the lives of innocent residents and visitors, district officials have actively facilitated dysfunction and chaos through their progressive soft-on-crime policies. Instead of addressing the clear epidemic of youth crime in the city, the D.C. City Council increased the age of youth offenders to individuals 24 years old and younger, meaning fully grown legal adults in the District of Columbia can receive sentences meant for children. This is simply insane. And that is why I introduced the D.C. Crimes Act, which lowers the definition of youth from under the age of 25 to under the age of 18, removes the ability of judges to sentence youth offenders below mandatory minimum.
So basically, he's talking about putting black children in prison. We all know D.C. is a black town. What they say, D.C. don't stand for D.C. They used to call it Chocolate City. This is what this foreign immigrant representative is doing.
Guidelines and requires the D.C. Attorney General to establish a public website containing much needed statistics on juvenile crime in D.C. The Trump administration's efforts have shown that lawlessness is a choice. And it is time for Congress to step up, adhere to our constitutional duty, and firmly address crime in the nation's capital.
Many people know.
Speak for me.
No, we don't.
See, what a lot of people don't get, and I mean, like, I know I'm not the only black conservative that thinks this way. I don't like a lot of the Republicans that's currently in our face. I don't. Could probably name on one hand how many I actually be agreeing with most of the time when they're in congressional hearings. My favorite is Kennedy. That's probably my favorite Republican. Most of them I don't really like. Byron Donalds doesn't speak for me. Byron Donalds, he cool. He could talk a good game, but he also does not represent foundational black Americans. His parents are immigrants. So therefore, he will never be able to speak on behalf of black Americans. See, that's the problem. We got way too many people who are not foundational black Americans, who didn't have to worry about pulling themselves up by the bootstraps, meaning they're probably a part of the Divine Nine or a sorority or fraternity. Their background is everything. Hakeem Jeffries would have probably been the closest thing to what we would have been able to have as far as a black representative who cares about black people. He switched up. See, he used to come from a family that was very pro-black. Whether they were Pan-Africanists. It's as close as we got. But the fact of the matter is that we don't have a single representative on the National Black Caucus. And the National Black Caucus has been in position
He said, you listen to what the sister
since
said?
1971 and has failed the black community. The NAACP.
So what the sister's saying is they've taken over power. You understand me? And it's not just black people who Republican or whatever. Again, I tell you guys, I'm a registered Democrat. I vote my interest. That's my thing. I want to take you back to a Democrat from way back in the day, Barbara Jordan, Foundation of Black American, right from 5th Ward, Houston, Texas, Thurgood Marshall, Texas Southern University graduate. Listen to what the sister had to say. She warned us.
We strongly denounce the hostility which seems to be developing around immigrants. That is not healthy. We cannot sustain ourselves as a nation if we condone divisiveness in this society of immigrants. At the same time, we disagree with those who label our efforts to control immigration as anti-immigrant. I believe quite firmly that we can quiet and dampen the flames which are surrounding public opinion where immigration is concerned, because people on both sides of this issue have engaged in too much hyperbole. We have got to put the matter of immigration back on a civil course. We have got to know that immigration really goes to the heart of who we are as a nation. If we are confident enough as Americans in our culture, we should welcome the legal immigrant. We should be able to accommodate diversity in our society. Are we strong enough to welcome those who ought to be in and retain a commitment to the rule of law by keeping those out who shouldn't get in? If we ought to preserve our immigration tradition and our ability to say yes to the people who want to get in and seek entry, we've got to have the strength to say no to the people who are not supposed to get in. We need to make deportation a part of a credible immigration policy.
All right. So you hear Barbara Jordan now, and so we've been dealing with this. That's like 30 years old. Now I'm gonna share one more video because this is the issue that I want to deal with. More on point tonight. Y'all hit the #1 button if you can hear it clearly.
Between Black American people and Black African people is manufactured. It is an agent of the state. It's used to keep us divided so that we don't unify Black Americans with the most impactful culture on the planet, with Black Africans that are the fastest growing population with the most resources. They don't want Black American people, the most culturally impactful group on planet Earth, to link up with the most resource rich continent, which, as you guys obviously know, is the only place where the birth rates are.
Somebody's like, who is they? Who is they? Because it looked to me like the Africans don't want to unify with us. Did y'all hear the little African dude, Negro Smurf? Did you hear him? Do I need to put him back up there? Let's keep listening. Go ahead.
On the rise and will be the majority of the human beings. And if you look at places like China, like when the population increases and certain moves are made economically benefit from that, I mean, the possibilities are, we just watched. The possibilities are so fucking massive. The powers that be really don't want is that Black American people who have been able to, just in this past 100 years, man, like dramatically change the landscape of culture globally. You know, they don't want us to connect. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I find my
what you're telling us, brother, is that the white man has stopped us for taking that United Airlines flight to Lagos. That's what you're telling us. The white man has stopped us from connecting. Are you sure? I thought it was the governments in Africa who have stopped us from connecting. I thought it was the media in Africa who's told those Africans over there that we are thugs and criminals, and hell, they are over here. We wanted to connect with the Africans. We could connect with the ones in Dallas and DC and Atlanta and Houston, but they don't want to necessarily connect with us. So what's actually, if we can't connect with the Africans right here, what makes you think we can connect with the Africans in Africa? Did you not hear what they said? You think that's what's holding us back?
Greatest criticisms with FBA is not FBA as an idea of foundationally Black Americans. Like, I 100% believe, whatever you want to call it, that Black American people are obviously their own culture. You know what I'm saying? They have their own cuisine, they have their own dialects, they're basically their own language, their own literature, their own contributions to science.
They have their own. You hear the young man saying they, okay, they, not we.
Technology, math, art, everything. Like the group online that is pushing an anti-African narrative.
The group online that's pushing the did that woman in Chicago look like she was online? Looked like she was at that council meeting in Chicago to me. I can let it play again, but I think you all get it. What about Dr. Claude Anderson? Did he look like he's online? Look like he's been doing this 30 or 40 years.
It's just misguided, and I feel like they're misguided by design.
In your great wisdom, in all your learned years, and all your successes in business and travel, you, sir, let me just say it like this: you are not qualified to tell us what we know, what we should know and don't know. You're not. You're just not qualified. You don't have the background, the education, or the money, okay, or the gravitas to even convince a school of fish what to do, sir. But I'm gonna let you finish.
In the same way that the Africans online that are pushing an anti-Black American narrative are misguided. They're misguided by design. Like, I've had these conversations.
We're too stupid to know what's in our best interest. What group of Black people do you think you're speaking to? Because there's a whole plethora of PhDs and lawyers and doctors and international business persons and folk who just had everyday interactions with folk that can tell you that, we know exactly what we're doing. So we're just a bunch of misguided Negroes. That's what this gentleman is saying.
In Africa, many times, when African people will ask me, they say, Black Americans, why are they so aggressive? And you know what I mean? Why are they so angry? And why?
Now, these Africans are in Africa and they've never actually met a Black American, but they're asking you why they're so aggressive and angry, right? So they just assume that, right? Don't know anything about us. But anyway,
can't they figure out how to rise in society? Like, Africans are often colored with so many negative stereotypes of Black Americans because the media has painted
this fella. Y'all know who this is. I don't want to hear him.
Black patriots fought and bled on the battlefields of the American Revolution.
Yes.
And they really did.
In case you all don't know, this is the president of the United States, Donald Trump. And this is what he's saying about Black Americans. Since these other folks think we're so unaccomplished and have no power and no influence in this country. This is what the most right-wing Republican president that we've had since Ronald Reagan has to say about Black Americans.
When you read the history, what they gave up, they gave everything to smash the chains of slavery and preserve our nation, and they did it with incredible bravery. They helped win the Wild West, tame the skies, and save freedom in the Second World War. They're warriors. From the very beginning, Black Americans have been a vital part of the American story.
From the very beginning, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, have been a what? Part of what? The American story?
Helping to make this the greatest nation in the history of the world. So true. Thank you. We thank you. We thank you for it. Black patriots fought and bled on the battlefield.
In the meantime, what's going on over in Africa? In the meantime, as we are over here being patriots and doing all these great things.
This network of trolls targeting African Americans, and now we've actually come here to Ghana to try to get the full story.
In the run-up to our
Somebody said Trump is pandering for votes. Trump is already the president. Why would he be pandering for votes at this point?
journey, we had discovered that all of the accounts were connected to an NGO called Eliminating Barriers for the Liberation of Africa, known as EBLA or EBLA. Looking at the website, it was clear something was off. Parts of it still had dummy text. It was impossible to make an actual donation. And most mysteriously, one of the photographs had a Russian file name. Though the group claimed to be focused on issues like poverty in Ghana, its employees posted almost exclusively about the U.S. Some used incendiary language, America's descent into a fascist.
So they got Nigerians and Africans over there trolling Black Americans and websites with black faces as if they're speaking for us.
Police state continues. Someone needs to take that senator out. Often they posted on real U.S. groups, an attempt to gain legitimacy and build an audience. Many even implied they were in America.
They don't even have a flag. Where the flags at? Somebody put the flags up.
We all are sick and tired of the violence that's taking place in our communities.
They're saying we as if they're here in the United States, as if they're speaking on behalf of Black Americans or are Black Americans.
In reality, they were here, in a nondescript house on the outskirts of Ghana's capital.
Shady.
This is the compound where the operation has been based. There's no sign for an NGO. We're about an hour outside of the city, and you can see this is a very secluded residential area. And people here have been telling us that about 3 weeks ago, Ghanaian security services showed up here, raided the building, and no one's been back since.
Sources in Ghana's national security tell CNN that all of EBLA's funding came from Russia. After the raid...
So, I'm saying these people act like they're enemies of the United States. I'm just saying, do you all trust that? Let's see what else is going on over there.
Area, they're having a festival called the Ozoro Festival, where they are literally raping girls. I'm talking about you could just be out minding your damn business and you could get pretty much like pulled off to the side and raped by gang raped by multiple people. Fuck you, I'm not saying.
Do you hear what I'm saying? This is the call. This is who these are the people that look down on us.
And grape, I'm going to say the actual damn word. It's like the internet is split because I'm seeing some people who are absolutely disgusted with it. And I'm seeing some people who are, and it's women too. And y'all are saying, well, the girl shouldn't be going out.
Now you have Nigerians mocking the victim.
Where the Africans at? Where y'all flags at? Why don't y'all whip your flags out so we can see this? Come on up there. Just come on now. Come on. Since you got so much to say about us and how bad we are. All right. Now, apparently, this young lady is the victim of this savagery. You understand me? This is the culture. If this is the culture that you all say is superior to ours, we don't want it. We don't want that culture. We don't want that.
The guy, they dragged the girl from the guy. They raped the girl in front of her boyfriend, and the boyfriend was fighting, and they beat up the boyfriend and raped the boyfriend as well.
They raped the boyfriend. So you got ravenous LGBT action going over in Nigeria too. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. Okay, that's what's this. You raped the girlfriend and the boyfriend. That's what you did. That's what y'all doing over there. That's what y'all over there doing. This is your superior culture. This is what y'all doing over there in Africa, in the motherland. Y'all moving over there?
Let's
get to this category.
Section 8, civil rights. They gave you everything. Even your admixture was co-signed by your massa, talking about Africa's God.
Okay, we remember him. We remember him.
You're always hearing about how divided the black community is in America, or how divided America is in general. That will never take place in America.
No.
Never. Me Too movement is the perfect example. Black people and white.
Our women have rights over here. They have rights. Okay, and let me give you guys a quote. A nation will only rise as high as the moral aptitude of its women, and that has a lot to do with how you protect your women. Our women are not subjected to mass grape festivals on an annual. Our women will bust a cap in you. Somebody type Ruger in the chat room. Somebody type Smith & Wesson in the chat room. Ladies, I expect each and every one of you. Uncle D is a heavy 2A advocate, okay? Uncle D is about that life. You understand me? I want each and every one of you ladies out there to get that iron. Somebody type that iron in the chat room. Go down to a local gun emporium, take your Gucci bag or your Chloe bag or whatever you have and get yourself that get that iron. Okay, keep that iron with you because the police is not supposed to protect you. You are supposed to protect you. Get that iron. Okay, you got money now. You got that little baby Benz. You riding around with your nice clothes on. Keep that iron. Get your little 380. Well, Uncle Slim, when I was a youngster, Uncle Slim, I would go use his car just to hang out and whatnot. He always gave me a little 380. He said, nephew, you got 6 shots in there. You ain't got enough to stop the whole crew, but you got enough to hold them back. Ain't no safety on to pull that thing out. Keep popping. If you hit somebody, we'll come get you downtown at LA County. But it's better to say, there you go, than there you lay. You understand me? Nevertheless, get that iron with you because these people out here are crazy. But that's what we empower our women here. So we have a lot of issues in Black America, but one thing we don't have an issue with is empowering our women. You guys can take a look at my books. I had this book, man, these books. I had this homegirl. Her name was Glow Dean. Glow was black. When I tell you she was black black as black. I love her to death. Her name was Glow Dean. She was a little bit older than me. She and Uncle Slim was dealing with each other. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Glow Dean had an accent. She actually was from LA, and her baby daddy was from Oakland. It's probably around about 1994. I had come home from Grambling for the summer, and she got pregnant by a boyfriend. I know Uncle Slim was dealing with her, but you know, I don't want to go into it, but black family, extended black family is peculiar. Okay, you understand what I'm saying? Bottom line is grandma adopted her. She thought she was sweet, so she didn't care what Uncle Slim said. Even when they stopped dealing with each other, she ended up renting a room at my grandma's house while she was pregnant. And so, but Glow Dean and I would just sit up and laugh. She's one of those black women you just laugh with, and it's just funny and just funny as hell. But Glow Dean said, I can't stand a punk bitch. Like, me neither, Glow Dean. We actually like strong women. If it wasn't for strong women, we would not have survived. You understand what I'm saying? So what we don't have is an issue with black women protect. They might not protect themselves, but the bottom line is get that iron. I don't want to get too sidetracked from this conversation, but remember this guy. This dude.
They hate black Americans. No one cares about you, bro.
Yeah, we don't know. We know.
We just don't care.
You know.
Nobody hates you. We just don't care.
Okay, that's good. You don't even care about your own people because this is what you're doing.
We will come together and make sure that that shit does not happen over here. I have no idea what the division is between African countries. I'm not understanding how y'all are one of the most powerful, resourceful places in the world. Y'all have the most.
You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. I mean, Africa's always been one of the most powerful resource places in the world. But they have a culture that does not allow them to come together. That's not on us, that's on them. It's because of their tribalism and all those other issues they have. I'm sure there's papers written on that, but that ain't our problem. You understand? I recognize people, I accept people for who they are, accept people from whatever country. It is what it is. We just don't want none of that over here.
Like savagery going on there. Then other countries don't come and help y'all out. I don't understand why Nigeria and Zimbabwe or Bantu, why are y'all all not coming together and helping each other out? Why are y'all not pushing out the presidents that's allowing this shit to happen? I'm not over there.
Because the presidents is reflective of who the people are. Just like they say Trump is reflective of who we are. If your president is shady, you shady too. And that goes for Nigerian countries, African countries, everywhere. It goes for whatever country you are. If your leadership is shady, it's you shady. Okay? But anyway, I'm not gonna get all. I got to move on with this, but let's do this, man. So I want to deal with this accusation that we're dividing black people, okay? But let's go ahead and tell the truth. I want you to understand that for years, when black Americans would talk about slavery and say Africans sold their own people into slavery, what was the response? What was the response that we heard when we said Africans sold their own people into slavery? What did they say? They said, no, 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 no. Africans didn't see themselves as one people. Isn't that what they said? So when they would go to war with other tribes, they didn't see themselves as one people, did they? They didn't. That's not how they saw each other. They were different tribes, different ethnic groups, different nations. They didn't see each other as the same. Okay, fine. We with that. Got it. Somebody type check in the chat room. We got that. Different people. Somebody type different people in the chat room. Different people. We heard you. We heard you when you said we were different people that you sold. Different tribe. We were victims of war, right? That's what we were. We were prisoners of war. We were POWs, right? That's what they said, right? Right? That's what they said. We were prisoners of war. Okay, we accept that. We accept that. All right, we can get that. We weren't the same people. You said tribal identity took precedent over color. With it, 100%. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you clarifying that. They didn't see a flat blackness. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Somebody type appreciate you in the chat room. Appreciate you. We appreciate you. You clarified that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Got it. Okay. Told her this over and over again. So now, here we are. Foundation of Black Americans say, you know what? We're going to call ourselves FBA, and we're going to accept what you said. We're not the same people. But now you have a problem. Now it's division. Now it's white supremacy. Now you got an issue. But see, I recognize that as a hustle. Game recognized game. Because you can't tell us we're not African when we bring up history and then turn around and tell us we're all one people when there's something to gain from being lumped in as one people with Black American identity. You can't say we were different tribes when slavery is discussed, but then say we're all Black when civil rights benefits and cultural influence and scholarships to these Ivy League schools and jobs working on these media platforms and political access and American opportunities on the table. No, let's keep that. No, we different. You don't get to separate yourself from us when accountability shows up, then merge with us when benefits show up. That's not unity. That's slick. That's you being slick. And see, FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, American Negro, whatever, we supreme at running game. That's how we outsmarted these white supremacists for the past 400 plus years. You know? And so when the conversation is about who participated in the slave trade, suddenly everybody was a different tribe. Remember that? Huh? Remember that? Have y'all seen my petition? Speaking of which, have you seen my petition? I want you all to make sure you go to the description section of this broadcast, and I want you to make sure you go and sign my petition, because this is exactly what I'm talking about. All right? This petition right here, let me see if I can get it together for you. I want you to make sure you do that. It's its own subject. I want you to look at this. It's a petition to go to Congress right now. We have about 12,944 signers. And it basically says that I urge Mr. President, it's called the Justice for Foundation of Black Americans hold successive states of Africa accountable for post-1808 slave trade violations. I urge you to sign this executive order establishing the Interagency Task Force on Post-1808 Slave Trade Restorative Justice. After January 1st, 1808, the transatlantic slave trade was illegal under federal law, yet enslaved Africans continued to be trafficked to the United States in direct violation of the statute and in defiance of American sovereignty. Those violations were never fully investigated or remedied. Today, approximately 800,000 living foundational Black Americans descend from individuals illegally trafficked after 1808. These are American citizens whose ancestors were brought here through federal crimes and were ignored. Your executive order would formally investigate successive states of Africa and materially participated in those illegal post-1808 slave trade violations and evaluate sovereign immunity barriers under the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. It would clear the lawful pathway for litigation in American courts where evidence supports liability. In other words, we're not begging for reparations. We are going to sue them. You understand? If liability is established, the financial exposure could be substantial, potentially resulting in hundreds of billions of dollars in judgments, negotiated settlements, land agreements, mineral rights agreements, or other forms of tangible restitution. In other words, if we're able to get the President of the United States to sign an executive order, do the research, establish which of these countries participated and violated federal law, in other words, slavery was legal for a long time, and the international slave trade became illegal after 1808. And so if we are able to establish this through federally mandated research under order of the President of the United States, then that gives us an opportunity to file lawsuits. We don't have to ask permission for reparations. If you're related to one of these 800,000 people, you can look at the Clotilda in Alabama, you can look at the Wanderer in South Carolina. Most of us probably have a friend or relative that's related. This would open a door for us to sue those African nations, get judgments against them, then use that as a reason to negotiate. Now, let me tell you something about white folk. White folk will take this very same idea. In 10 or 20 years, white law firms will say, you know what, we can make hundreds of millions of dollars representing these Black people. Now, just because it's coming from me, y'all not gonna listen. You see, this brilliant idea, which nobody has ever thought of before, not to put it down, just because I'm a Black man, you're not paying attention. But let a white boy come on here and say the same thing. Your executive order would formally investigate successive states of Africa that materially participated in those illegal post-1808 slave trade violation, evaluate sovereign immunity barriers under Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. It would clear the lawful pathway for litigation in American courts where evidence supports liability. If liability is established, the financial exposure could be substantial, potentially resulting in hundreds of billions of dollars in judgments, negotiated settlements, land agreements, and mineral rights arrangements, or other forms of tangible restitution. Those resources strengthen Black American citizens and American communities wherein they reside. So such outcomes could create lawful and legally enforceable economic ties between the United States citizens and African nations through structured agreements involving land, minerals, and other assets, giving Black Americans a direct legal and financial connection to Africa rooted in accountability, not charity. We are not begging. Mr. President, this action would place you in historic company. President Lincoln ended slavery. President Truman desegregated the military. By signing this executive order, you would enforce a law enacted by our founders that was violated without consequence. You would be remembered as the greatest president of our time, the only president who took decisive action to uphold American law on behalf of foundational Black Americans. This is not symbolic. It's law and order. It's sovereignty. It's accountability. Mr. President, we have 12,944 people. I want you guys to look in the description section of this broadcast when it is concluded, and I want you all to sign here's the link right now if you want to cut and paste it and share it. But I wanted to take the opportunity to do that. So again, these Africans are not going to give you anything. We've already understand. They're not going to share with you. All they're going to do is come over here and take from you. So let's go ahead and take from them. Since you brought your behinds over here, you see what I've done with my petition is we understand that slavery was illegal only after 1808. The reason all these reparations cases and all these reparations movements have failed. Number one, you didn't have lawyers working. You had these conscious member, these Pan-Africans. And so that's not how our ancestors won. Thurgood Marshall, all these great doctors and leaders, that's how we were able to succeed. We didn't rely on, the conscious community to lead for. These are not people, these are quasi-intellectuals. We need people who understand facts and law and cases and how to put a case on. Okay, that's why we won. All right, so let's not depend on them. Now that you got the people that you need in charge, all you have to do is sign the damn petition. At some point, we get 100,000 petitioners who signed it, somebody's gonna pay attention. Now, let's get back to this work. And I wanted to that's a point of personal privilege to bring that up. You guys make sure, I'm gonna put the link in the description section at the end of the broadcast. You guys make sure y'all follow that link and sign my petition. Now, again, okay, everybody wants to be black. We saw that, all right? Everybody wants to be family. There's no tribal distinction now. When you were selling us over here, we were different. Now we friends. Now we family member. Now you calling a division. You all told us we weren't Africans. So why are you angry now that we agree with you? We're Americans. And that's just insane. Foundational Black Americans didn't create delineation. We accepted the delineation that was already been practiced against us. Where are your flags at? Africans told us they were different. Caribbeans told us they were different. Keep that same energy. Keep it. Hold on to it. Don't be Nigerian on Monday and then and African on Tuesday and immigrant on Wednesday and then generically be black on Thursday when you have to apply for a scholarship. Okay, we're not going to participate in that game with you all anymore. Keep your flags out at all times. If you want your tribe, keep your tribe. If you want your nation, keep your nation. If you want your culture, keep your culture. But don't tell foundational Black Americans we don't get to keep ours. We have our own ethnogenesis. We were created here in America through slavery, segregation, survival. You understand? This is us. We know who we are. We know where our home is. We're not begging anybody to come live with them. We know who we are. And let me tell you something, the only slavery they never talk about? The only slavery that I never hear these people talk, is so distasteful. They never, ever, ever talk about the breeding farms. Hit the #1 button if you can hear this.
Every plantation with cotton on it. You know what plantation they've never shown us, Abby? The most prominent ones. The ones that were most profitable. The breeding plantations.
Fair use.
Why don't you want to show us those? You know why? Because after the research that I did for this album, you realize that the moment that a girl menstruated, she was put in a stable where a horse would be and forcibly mated, forcibly raped by a male of the slave master's choice. And when she had children, they weren't called children, they were called a litter of pups. The punishment.
You hear this? Now you got a lot of people saying, "Oh, how did all these blacks get over here?" There was only 400,000 black people in 1808. Breeding farms. We literally were bred here. That's why I tell you, it's distasteful. Nobody wants to talk about that. These were the most profitable farms, breeding farms. Where do you think all those black people came from after 1808? They bred us here. Anybody could get a woman pregnant and get black, white, and Native American. This is what happened, breeding farms. This is what happened. Look it up, fam. This is our history. Bottom line is, we were bred here in this country. That's why I tell you, we're of African descent, but some of us have European, some of us have Native American, some of us have Asian, but we are still black people. We are still foundational Black American people. We are our own group.
Punishment for raping or killing a person in medieval Spain is gelding. Gelding is when you take hot pincers and you take a man's balls and dick off root and stem. Killing a person, law of the Bible, right? Medieval Spain, super religious. You killed a man, he should be killed. Why? We're indigenous and black people, categorized as subhuman. So under the law, you would not be punished for the things that you did to us. That's why. You used to be proud, right? Used to be proud, white America, of rape and murder. Used to be proud of colonization. Used to, wow, that made us tough. And then you got ashamed of it. And that's what you're dealing with. That's what America's dealing with, a schizophrenic crisis. There's a British manual, right, that was taken out of the British Museum because within the manual, it talked about how rape was a weapon of war that should be used against the indigenous population. You're ashamed of that now. You're ashamed, right? Who was Christopher Columbus? His image has been so whitewashed, but he was trafficking little girls on an island. Who does that sound like, huh?
And you all wonder why black folks are not shocked by Epstein. You wonder why we're not shocked by that. We live with them. We know who these people are. Been knowing who these people are. Now, again, we're not dividing people. Okay, we've already been divided. Okay, they divided us when it was convenient. We just refusing to be lumped back in together now that it benefits them. Now, I want to go ahead and take this opportunity to thank everybody. I appreciate you guys. And I also want to share this video with you guys. I know it's long, but this is necessary. Somebody type necessary. You all know who Dr. Umar Johnson is, right? I'm going to take the opportunity. I've had an opportunity to look at this video, and I'm going to take the opportunity to break down what he says. I'm going to let it play, and then I'm going to go back through it, and I'm going to break it down. I think it's important. He is one of the great minds of our time, and whether you disagree with him or not, he deserves a fair hearing. So we're going to listen to what he has to say, and then I'm going to present my response to it. Let's listen to Dr. Umar Johnson, and this is him appearing on a podcast, and he has some things to say about foundational Black Americans and the entire delineation movement. You all pay attention. And I'm not going to say anything because I told y'all I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let it play. Okay? Let's go.
And this is why I have issues with groups like FBA and ADOS, because if y'all really got a problem with immigrants, shouldn't you be attacking the biggest immigrant groups? There are twice as many Chinese as there are Black immigrants. There are 5 times as many Latino as there are Black immigrants. You see this? There are 2 times as many East Indian immigrants as there are Black immigrants. So if your problem is immigrants and not just Black immigrants, where the smoke for the Chinese at? Because I ain't seen y'all yet. Because the same people screaming FBA and ADOS is giving their money to the Korean hair care shop. The same people screaming FBA and ADOS is eating at the white restaurants. The same people screaming FBA and ADOS is at the East Indian car dealership. So help me understand. African immigrants are your enemy, but every other immigrant is okay to take your money. That is a complete contradiction. Any Black person talking to me about a Black immigrant being a problem and you got a $500-600 weave on your head that you bought from a Korean hair care store, you are a political hypocrite. If you're going to have a problem with immigrants, have a problem with all of them, not just the ones that look like you.
So, Dr. Umar Johnson's argument, basically he's against delineation. And he's one of the biggest opponents of FBA, American delineation. And that matters because Dr. Umar Johnson has spent years positioning himself as a defender of Black people. So we listen to him, right? He's a Pan-Africanist and he's for Black unity. So when he criticizes FBA, people listen, his fans listen, but listening doesn't mean he's right. Okay, he went on this podcast and he had this critique of foundational Black Americans, and I'm going to, I'll let you all hear it. And again, it's important to listen to because he's an intellectual mind of the time, right? And so you heard what he had to say. Now, here's the thing: at the core of his argument, okay. The problem, I should say, with his argument, the problem is he's pretending FBA's complaint, or he's saying this, we hate immigrants. And when the actual complaint is stop using Black American suffering history civil rights victories, and political identity as an open access resource for everybody else. Those aren't the same arguments. Also, his numbers are sloppy. Okay, Pew says that Black immigrant population was about 5.6 million in 2024, and that makes up about 11.4% of the U.S. Black population, and 11.2% of all U.S. immigrants. So migration policy, or should I say the Migration Policy Institute says that the U.S. had about 50 million immigrants in 2024, with Mexico alone having about 11 million and sub-Saharan Africa having about 2.5 million. So yes, Latino and Asian immigrant groups are numerically larger in many categories, but that doesn't answer the FBA argument, okay? Now, his first point, all right, and I'm gonna break it down point by point. If y'all have a problem with immigrants, why not attack the biggest immigrant group? See, that's the first misdirection. Foundational Black American isn't simply saying immigrants exist, therefore immigrants are the enemy. That's not what they're saying. FBA is saying foundational Black Americans are a specific people with a specific lineage and a specific debt owed and specific political and social claims and needs. That the issue isn't merely about population size. The issue is identity trespass. In other words, these people are pretending to be us. All right, resource competition, political substitution, and a narrative theft. A Chinese immigrant or a Korean immigrant, he doesn't usually come to this country and claim to be the face of American slavery and start speaking on behalf of Black people. And we don't even know he's not foundational Black American. An Indian immigrant doesn't come here and claim that he claimed Jim Crow had a direct effect on him and his people were injured because of that. But many of these Black immigrants and their children absolutely do enter the United States. They come to institutions of higher learning under this broad umbrella of Blackness, and then they benefit from the remedies and scholarships and civil rights framework and diversity programs and cultural capital and historical sympathy built on the suffering of foundational Black Americans. So Dr. Umar's answering an argument that nobody made. This isn't who has the most immigrants. This is who's being allowed to step into our political category and collect from our injury because they're pretending to be foundational Black Americans. Now, the second point is, he said that there are more Chinese and Latino Indian immigrants than Black Americans. Even if in the true broad terms, that still doesn't defeat the point. Numbers alone don't determine political impact. Okay, the Jewish people can tell you that. FBA concern is just how many immigrants exist. That's not it. We're not concerned about how many immigrants exist. The concern is how immigration affects Black American representation, employment, contracting, education, cultural ownership, and civil rights policies. You understand? And I think I hashed that out earlier. Foundational Black American descendants of U.S. slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, convict leasing, exclusion, and domestic racial caste. That's a big difference from Black immigrants. Okay, their people had ancestral injury, and it was real, but it wasn't in this country. And that distinction matters politically. Dr. Umar collapses all Black people into one category and then acts like foundational Black Americans are wrong for asking for precision. The second thing, where's the smoke for the Chinese? That's what he said. These are his words. This is what this learned doctor said. Where's the smoke for the Chinese? We don't have smoke for everyone when they disrespect. You see, we don't have smoke for everybody. Okay, when they disrespect our people or exploit our communities to benefit from our political struggle, but Black immigrants get discussed differently because they're closer to the identity question. These people can fake like they're us. Look, Korean beauty supply owners economically exploit Black neighborhoods. We know that. That's a real issue. Latino political blocs, they compete with Black Americans for city resources and jobs and contracts and political attention. That's a real issue. Okay? Asian groups They benefit from minority categories created through Black civil rights struggle. We know that. That's an issue. But see, here's the thing. African and Caribbean immigrants, the issue has a special layer. They get folded into Black America while having no lineage to the Black American historical debt because they look like us. You understand? That's why the conversation is different. It's not just because they look like us that we have smoke for them. It's that FBA has, that's not why we have a problem. It's because institutions use their appearance to satisfy the debt owed to our lineage without actually giving to us the opportunity necessary to undo the historical damage in which the program was set up for in the first place. And Dr. Umar is acting like all the issues FBA have with immigrants are identical. They don't have to be. Different groups bring different problems. The world isn't one big kindergarten rule where every group must criticize and get criticized the same way all the time. Different groups interact with foundational Black Americans differently, and so they get a different critique. Here's another thing he said. Y'all give money to the Korean hair stores while white restaurants and Indian car dealerships. And see, this is the weakest argument. It's the weakest part of the argument because buying goods in America isn't the same as surrendering your identity. A Black woman buying some hair from a Korean beauty supply store doesn't mean she's obligated to let African immigrants claim foundational Black American lineage. Eating a cheeseburger at Burger King, a white-owned restaurant, doesn't mean you lose the right to advocate for reparations. Buying a car from an Indian dealership doesn't mean you can't demand civil rights benefits based on your lineage. That's not hypocrisy. That's living in an economy where Black Americans often don't control the supply chains because we're historically locked out of capital lending, land ownership, and manufacturing and business development. You can't use the fact that Black people are forced to participate in an economy they don't control as proof that we don't have the right to defend our political interests. That's not an argument. That's guilt tripping. That's like telling the Native American they can't argue for tribal sovereignty because they bought groceries from Walmart. You wouldn't tell a Jewish person they can't defend Jewish identity because they drive a German car, a BMW or Mercedes-Benz. That would be absurd. They would laugh you out of that room. Dr. Umar is purposely confusing consumer behavior with political self-determination. I know he knows better. And those aren't the same thing. You see? Now, the last point, the man says African immigrants he basically said African immigrants are our enemy, but every other immigrant is okay to take our money. That's what he said. Okay, and soon that we treat them. That's a straw man argument. We're not saying that Africans are our enemy. The issue is conduct, it's positioning, and it's political competition. This is about money and resources and power and influence. If an African immigrant respects FBA lineage and doesn't speak down on Black Americans and doesn't pretend to be the authority of our history and doesn't use our civil rights struggle while at the same time insulting us and doesn't try to replace us in institutions built from our suffering, then there's no personal issue. But when you have someone calling us lazy, right, telling us we have no culture and we don't value education and we all criminals and inferior, right? Or we need immigrants to teach us how to behave, then yes, we have a right to respond. And when institutions use Black immigrants' success to try to shame Black Americans, ignoring that many immigrants arrive through this selective immigration system, educational filters, family networks already set up, voluntary immigration, that becomes a political problem. See, here's the thing, the deeper issue that Dr. Umar Johnson is missing, okay? This is what I need you to understand. Dr. Umar's entire frame is Pan-African emotionalism. Blackface equals Black family, that's his thing. And FBA frame is political reality. Lineage, debt, injury, repair, all that matters to us. FBA isn't saying African people have no struggles. That's not what we're saying. We know they do. Black Americans, the foundational Black Americans, are saying their struggles aren't automatically our lineage claim. And we can respect other Black people without letting them politically merge into us whenever it benefits them, and then separate when it's time for accountability. That's the game that FBA is now rejecting. Look, Dr. Umar, if he were listening to me, right? Here, I say, I would tell him, here's where you went wrong. You keep trying to turn this into a FBA hates immigrants, but that's easier. That's the easier answer than the real argument. See, the real argument isn't that every immigrant is our enemy. The real argument is that foundational Black Americans are a distinct ethnic group in this country with a distinct historical injury, and we have the right to protect our name, our lineage, and our political category, and our reparations claim. You asking where's the smoke for the Chinese? That doesn't answer anything. Chinese people aren't usually walking around America faking like they're descendants of the American slave system. Indian immigrants aren't claiming Jim Crow as their distinct heritage. Latinos aren't pretending to be in the Black category, trying to use to redefine Black success and Black struggle. They're not out here trying to speak on behalf of us, faking like they're Black American. But see, Black Americans are placed under our category. They receive benefits under our category. They speak for us from positions, media positions, and politics under our category. They insult us as if they're one of us while standing on the civil rights floor our ancestors built. And this Korean hair store argument is weak. You understand me? At what point does a Black woman buying weave erase her lineage? At what point does a Black man buying something in this commercial society, whether it's from an Indian or anybody else, means he foregoes the right to defend his family and his community? Eating in a restaurant has nothing to do with our political interests. That's not analysis. That's cheap talking points, man. The issue is not whether Black people spend money in America. We live in an economy we didn't build and don't control, right? We've been intentionally locked out. The issue is whether foundational Black Americans have the right to say, do not steal our identity. Don't hijack our civil rights and our legacy. Don't use our suffering as because you're an immigrant. You're going to use it as an immigrant coupon. Don't come here disrespecting us. The very people who struggle open the door for you. That's not hate, that's boundaries. You've been a bad guest. That's what we tell them. They're a bad guest. And every serious people on the earth has boundaries. FBA is not wrong for finally having some too. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now, let's get back to this work. All right? The flags need to come out. Where the flags at? We're going to talk about some flags tonight. I want to see all the flags. Where the Haitians at? Where the Jamaicans at? Where the Africans at? Where your flags at? See, the conversation's about to get real uncomfortable now. Because, see, one of the clearest ways you can see that Black immigrants are already have delineated is what happens when success enters the room. When they do something good. When the success happens, the flags come out. A young man gets accepted to elite schools. All of a sudden, guess what? He's not just Black anymore, is he? Is he just Black? Nope, he's Nigerian. His parents are Nigerian. His culture is Nigerian. Right? The flags come out. The immigrant story gets centered. His achievement becomes proof of Nigerian excellence and African discipline and immigrant values and superior upbringing. A young man gets drafted into the end. You see this big Nigerian that they just drafted? Boy, 306 pounds, ran a 6'7" and a 6'6" in the 40. He's Nigerian. They made it a point. We got him from the darkest corner in Africa. We got us one. Damn it. We got us one. We got a big, I can see him up there top. We're going to go back and get some more. He's clearly Nigerian. That's what they're saying. They're not saying he's Black. I think his name is Bernard or some last name Bernard. You see? You see that? When something's good happen, the country gets named. The accents get celebrated. The heritage gets highlighted. Usain Bolt become the fastest man in the world. Nobody's just saying, oh, look at that black man. They say he is Jamaican. Jamaican flags come out. It's been like 15 years. They're still talking about him. The whole island come out. National pride comes out. Cultural distinction. We got 1,000 black athletes from America. But you would think Usain Bolt, they just rank him right up there with Muhammad Ali and Kobe Bryant. And you know, the man is fast. But I'm saying as far as athletic ability, right? And see, I don't have a problem with the flags. Bring your flags out. I love your flags. All you folk bring your flags out, baby. I want you to keep them flags out. I need to see all the flags because, see, when the story is success, everybody's specific. But here's the thing. When the story is criminality, scandal and violence and fraud or public shame, suddenly the flags disappear. You notice that? What happened to the flags? I want to know where the flags at now. What happened to all the flags, baby? We'll get these flags together. I want to see the flags out. But they don't. They just they black again. Have you noticed that? They're black again. You see? He's just a black man. And now he's folded into the same broad, a woman, or he's folded into the same broad racial category, and American public are just associated with black Americans. That's not fair to me. That's not accurate. And that's not responsible. Because if success is ethnic, but failure is racial, then black Americans are being forced to absorb the negative consequences of flat blackness, while other groups get to keep the positive benefits of ethnic distinctions and achievement, and they get the flag. Where's the flags at? Okay. So now, today, somebody typed today, in an attempt to delineate and protect us, somebody type us, okay? I'm gonna help all these beautiful people properly bring forth the flags, okay? We're gonna bring the flags out. I don't want you all to miss the opportunity to bring your flags out. So let's go ahead and start. What we're gonna do, family, is we're gonna tell some stories, because see, here's the thing. Here's the thing I want you to understand. All right. It's been a lot of headlines on the internet. All right. And you know, photographs do damage. And the headlines that I see, they do damage. But see, there's a lot of missing context. And by the time the details come out, if they were gonna come out, the impression is already made. So we need some clarity. Clarity protects reputation. Clarity protects lineage. Clarity protects political standing. Clarity protects black American children from inheriting blame that doesn't belong to us. Did y'all know the DC sniper was from Jamaica? I didn't know. So as we move into what we're about to do now, I want you to understand, I'm not saying every African immigrant or Caribbean immigrant or black immigrant is a criminal. I'm saying when a specific person from a specific background commits a specific act, the public should receive specific information. Because if we're going to be specific for success, then we're going to need to be specific for accountability. No more one-way flags. No more ethnic pride when it's good and flat blackness when it's bad. No more letting foundational black Americans carry everybody else's negative press while everybody else keeps their flag clean. So now we're going to look at some recent cases, and we're going to ask the question the media often avoids. Whose man is this? Because black Americans are done being blamed by default. Now, what we're going to do is y'all hit the number 1 button. Make sure that you're clear. I want to introduce you all to this gentleman. Okay, I want y'all to make sure that you buckle up, because there's some heinous stuff going on here, and this is none of our business. This is not us. We didn't do it, and I want to make sure that each and every one of y'all understands who this gentleman is. All my people. Okay, we're gonna. The first stop is gonna be the motherland. I want all the people from the motherland. This is your guy. Somebody type Sierra Leone in the chat room. Somebody type Sierra Leone in the chat room. I'm gonna tell you what this gentleman, his name is Abdul. You all can help me pronounce it. I'm gonna do the very best I can to pronounce these phonetically. His name is Abdul Jallo, okay? And he's been charged with second-degree murder, okay? And petty larceny in connection with the fatal stabbing that occurred the same day. According to reporting, he has been identified as a national of Sierra Leone, okay, a country in West Africa. Now, again, the focus here isn't about broad labels. This is about specific cases, specific individuals, specific background, because we're going to have serious conversations about crime and accountability and public perception. And we have to be willing to move past general categories and deal with accurate, detailed information. Okay. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to do this now. Now, here's when this happened. What day is this? Sometime in April. On Monday. It was a Monday on February 24, 2026 in Fairfax County, Virginia. Okay. A fatal stabbing occurred at a bus stop. You hear me? At a bus stop, Richmond Highway and U.S. route leading to the death of Stephanie Nicole Minter. Okay, 41-year-old woman. Somebody type woman, 41-year-old woman from Fredericksburg, Virginia. And officers responded to the scene and found Minter inside a bus shelter suffering from multiple stab wounds to her upper body, and she was pronounced DEAD at the scene. And the investigator used surveillance footage and witness interviews to identify Abdullah Jallah, age 32, as the primary suspect, noting that he had exited the bus with the victim and was the last person seen with her prior to the attack. Authorities took Jallah I guess I'm saying his name, okay, into custody shortly thereafter and charged him with second-degree murder along with petty larceny for an alleged offense earlier the same day. So he's just out there committing crimes, okay? According to statements from federal officials, Jallah is identity. He's a national of Sierra Leone, a country in West Africa, and he has an extensive prior criminal history in the United States. Department of Homeland Security reported that he had been arrested more than 30 times. 30 times. Look at this guy, 30. On a range of charges, including rape, malicious wounding, assault, drug possession, identity theft, trespassing, weapons offenses, and larceny. And among others, his background is reported. It reflects that he is, as I said, he was born in Sierra Leone. Okay, that's where he was. Now the victim is an American woman. Okay. And now they're not telling you what her specific background is. Okay, they're not saying that. They won't tell you what her specific background is. Okay, that's not what they don't want to do that. Okay, but I have a photograph I want y'all to review because, you know, I want to be precise and accurate. We are being as accurate as possible about who did what and when. Now, I want you all to also understand, they always talk about the percentage of black men who do whatever. They say black men do this, that. It's only about 3% of black people. This is the American woman that was unalive. Okay? You see that? Who that is? Huh? That's who he unalived over there. Just random with a knife. You understand what I'm saying? Just random with a knife. All right? Okay, so that's the first one. This ain't us. Somebody type, this ain't us in the chat room. That ain't us in the chat room. Okay, that's not us. Now, that's a heinous crime. Okay, this crime belongs to Sierra Leone. Somebody type Sierra Leone, motherland, you up. Where your flags at? Where all the flags at? I want to see all you folks who say we have this inferior culture and you coming over here to tell us about we've heard what's going on in Nigeria. Well, what y'all have going on over there. We heard that, right? This is your guy. Abdul belongs to you. Okay, he's not black American. Now, they don't have all this information in there. I had to do a lot of research to find out. Let's move on to the next one. Y'all ready to keep moving? Let's move on to the next one. I got another one for you. Hello, y'all still with me? Y'all still don't, are we still together? Okay, are we learning something? Are we learning? Because again, I'm gonna do some more crime statistics, and I want you to understand that that there's a tiny percentage of Black people within the Black community. They always talk about 13% commits the majority of the crime. In that 13%, it's only about 3% of the Black people committing all the crimes. And so when you take into account now, and I'm gonna say something at the end of this broadcast gonna trip y'all out. All of these crimes happen within 7 weeks of each other. All of these crimes that we're talking about here happen within 7 weeks of each other up until last week. You understand what I mean? You hear what I'm saying? Each and every one. Here, nevertheless, here we go again. Let's go. This gentleman right now, his name is Emmanuel Asano Buwavi. Okay, that does not sound like I told y'all about Black American names. That does not sound right. We're just gonna call him Emmanuel Mbwabwe. Okay, does that sound like a foundational Black American to you? Not at all. Okay, now he is an East African. Now in the newspaper, this is real cunning. They described him as a Texas man. Okay, somebody type Texas man. A Texas man carrying a loaded pew-pew and more than 100 rounds of ammo was tackled by a church security during a Sunday service in Houston. So he was gunning for the church. Police say security was familiar with suspect Emmanuel Mbwabwe after asking him to leave the property months earlier. When he eventually returned, police say Mbwabwe had a loaded deuce caliber revolver and threatened to unalive the pastor. Notice the framing. Texas man. This is what they call this man, Texas man. On March 15th, 2026, this is March 15th, Emmanuel, a 23-year-old man, was arrested in Eden Church located inside the Post Houston in downtown Houston, Texas, after authorities say he entered a Sunday church service armed with the pew-pew. And now let me say what I'm quoting here, because I want y'all to know exactly. I'm getting this from the Houston newspaper. I'm getting it from Fox News. It's on CNN. This is everywhere. Okay, so this is not me saying that. You understand? It ain't me. I'm just saying, I allege whatever. I'm just reading what it is. Allegedly, okay, he came in there with a deuce with 100 rounds in a backpack during the service. Okay, and the security guard said he looks suspicious. Somebody type suspicious due to prior encounters, right? And including the earlier incident roughly 2 months before, where he had been asked to leave the church because he was distributing what was described as concerning flyers. And investigators say the situation escalated, and Emmanuel began interacting with the church staff, and allegedly he pulled the pew-pew out from his pocket while speaking with the pastor. And the security guard, believing an attack was imminent, tackled Mbwabwe before he could fully draw that iron out, before he get that deuce out. And the other church members assisted. In other words, they jumped him. The people at the church jumped him, okay? Then he said, I am a prophet called Warlock. He said, I am a prophet called Warlock. Okay, that's what this Texas man said. Somebody type Texas man in the chat room. That's what they said. They said Texas man. Matter of fact, I want you all to see. I want you all to see how they put this out. I want you to see this is what the article looks like. This is what the article looked like. Somebody type Texas man. This is what it is. I'm gonna make it nice and big. This is what it said. Texas man. Does this look like any when you envision Texas man in y'all's collective minds out there? When you think Texas man, is this the image that pops up? I want you to just in your mind and the heart of hearts, when you think Texas man, is that what pops up to you? I'm just saying, this is what pop up. Texas man accused of bringing loaded pew-pew to church, threatening to kill the pastor. That don't seem like Texas man to me. Okay, I'm just, I live in Texas. Okay, and it didn't seem like Texas man, but that's what they said. And if you didn't look, if you squint your eyes a little bit, you're like, yeah, I could. He might be from, he might be from Texas. He could be from the Panhandle or something like that, right? But this is what the press does. Okay, that's what the press does. That's the press. All right, but again, this is not us. Somebody type, this ain't us in the chat room. Everybody in the chat room, this ain't us. This belongs to Kenya. Kenya, this is your guy. Where your flags at? Where the Kenyan flag? I want to see all the Kenyan flags. Break the Kenyan flags out, okay? Because see, here's the thing. I want you to understand. The key takeaway is simple. This was potentially a mass casualty event that was stopped in real time, and according to law enforcement, the quick action of the security guard is what saved lives. But once again, you see a pattern. Broad framing up front, limited detail initially, and the full picture only becomes clear when you dig deeper. I had to dig deeper, and that's why this conversation matters. That don't look like a Texas man that I know, okay? He very well may be a Texas man, but that doesn't look like a Texas man that I know. Now let's get to the next one. Y'all ready for the next one? Let me know. Are you ready? All of this happened within 7 weeks. You hear me? All of these heinous crimes have occurred within 7 weeks. Are y'all listening to me? You're hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth. I want y'all to understand this is why this is serious. Okay, this is why we are delineating. All right, now I got another one for you. Haiti. Where are the Haitians at? Haiti, I want you to come forth. Step I say. Here's your man. This is your dude right here. Do you like the color? See, I put the colors up so you could. I wanted to make sure they don't bring their flags out. So I brought the flags out for them. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody type flags out. This is your people right here. Here is Robert Joshin, and I'm sure I didn't pronounce that right because I don't speak French. He is called, what he did, this was the big deal, the hammer killing at a Florida gas station. There's a video floating around. I am absolutely not going to show it. But see, this is why we are calling for clear distinctions as to how these cases are reported. See, according to the police, multiple news reports in the case, this is a brutal, it was horrible. It happened at a Chevy gas station on April 2nd, 2026 in Fort Myers, Florida. Some of y'all done passed through there on your way to Miami, huh? Right? Here's what happened. Reporters saying that Robert Joshin, right? You can see how the name is spelled. Age 40 was seen damaging a black SUV with a hammer. In other words, he just hitting somebody's car. He just over there with a hammer hitting somebody's car. Before a woman came outside from the store to say, she confronted him, what are you doing in my car? Guess what happened? The case, he unalived that woman with that hammer right there at the gas station. Hit unalived. It was there's the internet out there. The investigators say he hit her in the head and knocked her to the ground and kept on doing it. They found the victim on the ground with severe head injuries. They arrested him later the same day. He confessed to it. He was charged with murder and property damage. The court documents reported and say that the victim was working as a clerk at the gas station when she was attacked. The woman was just at her job. The woman was identified as 51-year-old Nalufa Eastman. Okay, so here's the thing. She's apparently from Bangladesh. This woman's an immigrant herself. Mother of two adult daughters. She had lived in the U.S. for 3 decades, been here 30 years. And then she moved to Florida, the West Coast. Okay? But again, they said this guy is described as a Haitian, native of Haiti. He came to the United States in 2022. Joe Biden was president at the time. Okay? This is how he got here. He came here. He's been living in the United States illegally. He'd been granted temporary protective status. Somebody typed TPS in 2023. And the federal officials later revoked that status after the unalive. Oh, yeah, too late. Too late, sir. A little late. But the bottom line is, this is where he's from. But put plain and simple, this was a killing of a woman. I want y'all to see, this is the news report. This is all you see. And see, the point that I want to drive home to you all is, when you see these photographs, right? All you see is a black man. All you see is a black man in handcuffs, and there's really no further explanation. And guess who catches a social static for that? All right, delineation. You see why delineation is important? See, I'm a lawyer. Okay, long time ago, I used to help put people in jail back when I was a young lawyer. All right, and this is how people get tainted. People don't leave their strongly held beliefs at the courthouse doors. So the next time your little black American son comes in there, they're gonna say, "Oh, I remember this is what these blacks do." You see what I'm saying? This is the whole article. This is from the New York Post. It's everywhere. Everybody see that. You bash some woman's head in because think about that. Somebody type delineate. Somebody type delineate in the chat room. This is why we delineate. Again, Haiti, Haiti, this ain't us. Somebody type this ain't us in the chat room. This ain't us. This ain't us. This ain't us. This is not us. Not us here. All right, let's move on to y'all still with me? Let me know if you're still with me. Let me know if you get tired. I got plenty more. Let's move on. What we moving next? Oh man, we going back. Is anybody keeping score? We're going back to Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is on a run. Golly, Sierra Leone, you are on a run. Look at you. Let's get it. Here we go. This cat's name is Mohammed Baylor Jallah. Did Mohammed Baylor Jallah, he's the fourth contestant up on Name That Criminal. Okay, that's where we are right now. This cat right here, let me tell you what he did. Let me tell you what he did. So Mohammed Baylor Jallah, okay, first thing, we don't do terrorism. Black people, we don't support radical Islam. We denounce all forms of terrorism, whether we talking about the KKK or ISIS. That's the official position of Black American people. We denounce all terrorism, all right? And this is why we delineate. See, it's a matter of life and death for our people at this point. Jallah grew up and he was radicalized while in the Virginia National Guard between 2009 and 2015 after listening to lectures from some person on Al-Qaeda, some cleric or Anwar Alawaki, I can't say all the names, according to the FBI. But the media referred, they call him a hate preacher. So he was listening to a hate preacher. This black dude was listening to a hate preacher. All right, now on June 2nd, 2021 at approximately 9 p.m., okay, this cat right here, he was in Norfolk, occurred in Old Dominion University. Police responded to 3 people being shot. All were transported to local hospitals and survived with non-life-threatening injuries. The suspect was identified as Mohammed Baylor Jallah, who, according to the federal court records, was born on September 1989 in Sierra Leone. Okay, and he became a naturalized U.S. citizen, and he was living in Spurling, Virginia. That's why you have all them Africans running for office up there, because they apparently that's where they at right now, man. They took over. This is yours right here. This guy belongs to you all. But anyway, following the incident, the authorities charged him with terrorism-related offenses, including attempting to provide material support to ISIS. This is under Joe Biden's, leadership. Old Sleepy Joe, as Trump used to call him. But anyway, the case is up in federal court, and in 2023, he was convicted of terrorism charges. And in 2024, he was sentenced to a lengthy federal prison term. Okay, but see, here's the thing. So when you look at this case, you're not just looking at a shooting, you're looking at terrorism prosecution. We don't do that. Black Americans do not do that. This is not what we do. And once again, the details matter. When you look at this cat right here, that looked like your weed smoking homeboy from high school. I got a homeboy look just like him, look just like Keith. And he never said the TH, so it always sound like Keith. His name was Keith. And Keith was the chief smoke. We had the little black lips and everything. That's what this dude looks like to me. He looked just like Keith to me. I know it's Keith. He looked like Keith. Keith smoked weed. He looked just like him. Same sleepy eyes and everything. All he needed a little black lip. He got the little black lip, little dusty mustache. Looked just like him. And if you're a white person looking at that, oh, you Muhammad. Oh, I know black guy's named Muhammad. He's a member of such and such. Yeah, bottom line is, once again, the details matter. Who is the individual? What motivated the act? And how is this case classified? Because without those details, guess what? Everything gets reduced to broad labels. Black dude commits terrorism act, goes to prison. And that's exactly what this conversation is pushing back against that impression. Again, this ain't us. Somebody type, this ain't us in the chat room. That ain't us. That ain't us. Sierra Leone, that's you got 1, 2, you got 2. You got 2, Kenya got 1, Haiti got 1. Y'all up. Y'all winning. Y'all winning the contest. Let's move on to the next one. Y'all still with me? Are y'all still with me? Don't be laughing. This is serious business. This is serious stuff we're dealing with. I don't see no jokes, no emojis in here. Okay, these are not us. These are not our people. We didn't do this. Not our culture, not our language. Not this is on. This is them. I know people gonna be hot with this. But let's move on to the next one. Y'all ready to see the next one? Here goes another one. Ooh, you all heard about this one. I know you did. I know you heard about it. Look at this right here, boy. Look at here. Look at here. Senegal, you up. Motherland, you back on it. Motherland. Ndiaga. I can't say that name. I'm not going to try to say. He's not here with us anymore. This is the Austin mass shooter, okay? And here's the thing. I want you to understand something. I want you to listen to me. They refer to this dude as an African-American, okay? This is how they refer to him. Okay, and this case highlights the issue of how individuals are identified early in the report because nobody's checking to see. See, again, the initial coverage in the outlets described the suspect as an African American. Now, later on, after nobody cared and nobody was looking and people moved on, they clarified it. Okay. And see, this is the foundation. This is not a foundational Black American man. This is an African immigrant from Senegal. And this is why we delineate. In the news mass media shooting suspect, he was identified as an African American. Let me put that up because I want y'all to see. This is the actual clip of how he was portrayed. I want y'all to see that. This man got a Property of Allah shirt on. And I got a homeboy look like I played football with a dude look just like this dude. I played football with a dude that looked just like him. I'm just saying. And if it's confusing to me, and I'm used to looking at Black people, how confusing is it to the typical, white folk, the typical Karen? This is how they described him. This was all over the internet. African-American shooter, Property of Allah. Okay? That's what it says. It's not me. Now let me tell you what he did. Y'all still here? Y'all listening? Let me make sure. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding as to who this is. So I'm gonna make sure we get the flag back up. Okay, we want to get the flag back up. Let me know if you're bored. I spent a lot of time I pushed this broadcast back. I wanted to make sure we had a good crowd of people to listen to this. We need to spread the word. Next time somebody said why are y'all delineating? Why are y'all delineating? Okay, look at that. That's why we delineate. Let's keep it pushing. Let's go ahead and proceed forward. Now, what happened here? On March 1st, 2026, at approximately 1:58 a.m., a mass shooting occurred on West 6th Street in Austin, Texas, outside and around Buford's Backyard Beer Garden, a crowded nightlife area near the University of Texas. For you all that don't know, University of Texas is a huge university here in Texas. This is the flagship institution, plenty of white folk, okay? Austin. Anyway, this shooter, Ndiaga, a 53-year-old naturalized citizen born in Senegal, West Africa, according to law enforcement, he opened fire from inside a vehicle using a pistol. So he did a drive-by. Okay, and then he exited and continued shooting pedestrians with an AR-15 style rifle, targeting people along the street. And attack last only a few minutes, but multiple casualties, At least 3 people were unalive, including Ndiaga himself, approximately 14 to 15 others, but he shot 14 people. Okay, and some critical police officers on the scene engaged and fatally shot in Diaga and ended the attack within minutes. Diaga's background, he was documented indeed. He entered the United States on March 13, 2000 on a tourist visa. And then later he got a green card on June 6th through marriage. He married somebody and he became a naturalized citizen in April 2013. He lived in multiple locations, New York, okay, that's why New York, San Antonio, Pflugerville, Texas, and the records show a history of domestic violence against allegations and prior legal. This is what he doing. He did all this, okay? So every time there's some DV popping, don't necessarily mean it's the foundation of Black American man. I just want y'all to understand that. Now, in 2022, some divorce filings, apparently he subjected his lady to what is called cruel treatment. That's what his wife said, cruel treatment. He also has a history of mental issues or mental concerns. He wasn't under federal investigation prior to the shooting. And at the time of the attack, he was reported to be wearing the hoodie that said property of Allah. Okay. That's why the only Muslims that I be dealing with are ones that sell bean pies. Let me tell you something. Those are the Muslims. They got little bow ties and whatnot. And they start all the prayers off with, we like to honor the honorable Father Muhammad. That's who I like. All those are the Muslims I like. My Muslims have bean pies and Final Call magazines. All right. Nevertheless, this is what he did. Okay. We don't even have a definitive motive as to why. Okay. We don't know why he did what he did. Okay. But we do know that it started after the U.S. Israel military began in attacking or involving themselves in Iran. We do know that, but we don't know why. We don't know why it happened. But this man is from Senegal. You guys, this ain't us. Somebody type this ain't us in the chat room. But again, this case officially is classified as a mass shooting with possible but unconfirmed terrorism indicators still under investigation. And once again, the pattern shows up. Early reporting uses broad labels. They call this man an African American. And then later on, when nobody's looking, they'll fill in some details. But I had to go searching for this. And if you stop at the headline, you don't get the full picture, which brings back a bigger issue. Okay, see, in the fast moving, media precision doesn't always come first, but it matters in the end, especially when our reputation is on the line. All right, Senegal, you all are doing a lot over here. Senegal, you all, Sierra Leone, Senegal, y'all busy. Sierra Leone, y'all about the same place. But let's move on. Y'all still with me? Y'all with me? Okay. Haiti, you back up. Haiti. And this one right here, I'm gonna have to apologize. I want to formally apologize to the Black American brothers because the other day I went off on y'all on the internet. Okay, I was sitting in my backyard and I heard about this and I'm like, oh my God, Dr. Jean-Dominique Fourou, Haiti. He unalived, and his baby mama, who was also Haitian, and he unalived himself. Okay. When I say doctor, I mean real doctor. This guy is a real doctor. Okay. This man's a real doctor. Okay. Let me show you what it looked like if you're not looking. Okay. If you didn't look, this brother right here is from Haiti. Different cultures. I know where the flags at. That's why I had to put the flags up. This is what the article looked like. When I'm looking at the internet and I'm looking at who this man is, I'm just looking at this picture. You know that look like somebody y'all know. Ladies, you know that, fellas, you know that look like somebody you know. You would not know unless you looked at his name and had a pause and thought about it. You would say, oh yeah, oh man, that's terrible. This doctor, this black doctor. This is him right here. Look at that. Florida doctor. That's all it says. You can't even read the name until you go deeper. It says Florida doctor and woman found dead in apartment, murder suicide. That's all it says. Police believe 30-year-old John Dominique. Nobody's gonna read that. All they see is black doctor found. That's it. This is what people see. Okay. So now it's incumbent upon me to go a little deeper. So this 34-year-old doctor, Foru, he shot a woman with whom he shared a baby, his baby mama, okay? Before unaliving himself. So now I want you to step back and look at what you're actually seeing. You're seeing another domestic violence homicide, another murder suicide, another case unfolding in early morning hours behind closed doors in what looks like a normal, stable environment. A doctor, man was a military officer, a man with credentials and status and responsibility, and yet here we are. Here we are. Here's the part people don't want to deal with. It's not just about an individual case. It's about an environment. These stories are happening. And you have multiple domestic violence incidents, multiple homicides, multiple high-profile case, all of this in a short time period. See? And that's not random noise. All this is happening in 100 days. You understand? Other than the first terrorism, right? And you look at the headline. Look at this headline. Look at that photo. See? This ain't us. Somebody type, this ain't us in the chat room. This is not ours. Let me put the flag back up. I don't want there to be any confusion. I don't want y'all to confuse us. This is who this man is. This is him. That's him. Haiti, there's your guy. This is you guys. That's him. See, this would fall under flat blackness. Okay? Nobody's going to claim him, right? When have folk not claimed their doctors? When have folk never claimed? Where the flags at? Let's give you some details. Let's get some details in this. In early January 2026, police in Coconut Creek, Florida, responded to a domestic disturbance call at 4 a.m. in the morning at a townhome in Paloma Lakes neighborhood after receiving no response at the door and spending several hours attempting to make contact. Officers entered, that means they kicked the door down, and they discovered two individuals deceased inside. Authorities identified the man as 34-year-old John Dominique Foru, an emergency medicine physician who had served as chief resident at Broward Health and was also a battalion surgeon in the Florida Army National Guard. The woman, identified in some reports as Veldrew Petifa, a 38-year-old woman, was described as his romantic former former partner, as well as mother of his young child. So your baby mama was over there. I guess your baby mama spent the night. I guess that's what happened. Okay, let's unfortunately, this is an unfortunate situation, and we feel tremendously bad, for anybody who heard, especially DV. And who would think that a handsome man, handsome woman? I want to let y'all see that this, beautiful, beautiful couple, beautiful people. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. But neither one of them are here to say, but this is the beautiful, beautiful couple. This is a black woman. Okay, she's a Haitian woman. It's a black man. They're just not foundational black American. Okay, but they're Haitian. Their ancestors still took the ride over here. You see? But that's them. That's them. All right. But what my whole point is, you would confuse those two people with a foundational black American man and a foundational black American woman, wouldn't you? It's easy. But again, that ain't us. It's not our guy. Haiti, come. This is your doctor. This is your black doctor right here. This is your Haitian doctor. I want to see the flags out. Haiti, second one. It's your second one. You tied for second. That's you. That's you right there. That's somebody type. Not us. It's not us. This ain't us. That ain't us, y'all. It's not ours. All right, let's move on to the next one. You guys still with me? You still with me? Somebody type delineate in the chat room. You see why we delineating? You see why we delineating? I need y'all to make sure you understand. This is why we delineating. Y'all, is everybody okay with the subject matter? I need to know. Are y'all okay with the subject matter? This is all in the matter of 100 days. All this bad press you hear is all in the matter of 100 days. Okay? See, here's the thing you need to understand. When something positive happens, when there's success status accomplishments, you'll see people step up quick and say, no, that's not just black. He's Haitian. He's Nigerian. He's Jamaican. They'll be very specific. The flags come out. Identity defined. But when something like that happens, when it's ugly, you got a murder, suicide, domestic violence, nobody wants to be associated. Suddenly all the specificity disappears. Now it's just a man and a suspect, a black doctor. That's what they said. Black, you see that? Now it's broad, now it's flat. That's the point. If nobody digs deeper, if nobody looks past the headline, right? If nobody looks past the headline, what do we have? We got a black man committing some kind of atrocity. You see? Just becomes another example of inside a general category of black dysfunction. And when that happens, that perception doesn't stay with him, it spreads. So the issue isn't about claiming or not claiming one person. The issue is consistency. If identity is going to be specific when it's positive, it has to be specific all the way across the board. I know y'all claimed him when he graduated from medical school, when he got his residency. Claim him now. And all the rest of your people, when they do stuff, claim them then. See? And see, the thing that we have to understand as foundational black Americans, in an environment like this, where news headlines move fast, images move faster, and people don't always go back for full context, those broad perceptions stick. That's why this conversation happened. Not to attack anybody, because Lord knows we never know when the angel of death is coming to visit us. But we have to protect our people. I have to protect my people. And when I say my people, I'm talking about foundational black American people, because nobody else will. What else should I be doing as a highly educated, successful black father and black lawyer with foundational black American roots and foundational black American children? What else should I be doing? What would you all have me do? Am I just supposed to sit back and let this slide? I'm just asking for you all who think I may be unreasonable for doing this. What else should I do as a person who's heavy in law enforcement, and I know how easily juries and judges can be swayed? When I have black sons who may be facing this sort of, and they're going to look and say, well, you know what? Damn, these people are bad. What do you think? How much of this stuff is allotted to black Americans in general? And while these immigrant groups step back and don't claim it, huh? That's why this conversation is happening. It's not an attack on anybody. I'm not trying to divide for the sake of division, but to say if we're going to talk about identity, we're going to talk about representation. If we're going to talk about who's who, then it needs to be clear, consistent, and accurate every single time, because if it's not, then the wrong people end up carrying the weight of something that they had nothing to do with. And my people didn't have nothing to do with this. Somebody type, that ain't us in the chat room. Somebody type, that ain't us in the chat room. He's not ours. All right, y'all still with me? Let me know. Let me know. I need to know if you all are still with me. This is a barn burner. This is gonna be all over the internet. Let's move on to the next one. Y'all ready for the next one? Y'all ready for the next? And condolences to all the victims and all the families. This is terrible. This is just horrible. This is horrible. You fellas, look, man, you got to walk away. I don't care how much you scared about to lose. Why would you unalive your child's mama? You know what I'm saying? Your child is going, you are cursed forever if you do something like that. You need to control yourself. I don't care what your ethnicity is. We have our own issues in the black community. We had this one cat, apparently this dude unalived 7 children up in Shreveport. We have our own issues. And as much as we try to disavow him, my research indicates he was ours. Now, he might have been crazy, but he was ours. But we don't have to claim that's not ours. Let's keep listening. Now check this out. Here's another one. Kenya, where you at? This is your first time up tonight, Kenya. Kenya, actually, this is Kenya. Kenya, this number 2 for you. Kenya, you tied with Haiti. 2 for Haiti. Senegal still leading. But Kenya, no, actually, we got a 3-way tie. We got Sierra Leone, Haiti, and Kenya in a three-way tie. Okay? All right, now let's be clear about something because this needs to be said plain. Again, we got another terrorist. Got another one. The third terrorist, second terrorist from Kenya. Okay? Second one. Let me say something. I want to talk to you all that's listening to me. Black Americans don't participate in acts of terrorism. We're not terrorists. We're not religious fanatics. Okay? That's not our culture. The most fanatic you're going to see is on first Sunday when your grandma catch the Holy Ghost and the ushers have to surround her and fan her with them church fans with Martin Luther King's face on. That's about as far as it's going to go. That's our cultural expression. That's our tradition. That's our environment. What we don't do is go out and harm innocent people in the name of God or ideology. That's what the KKK did to us. We don't do that. You understand? We don't do that. That's it. That's not who we are. That's exactly why clarity matters, because when you blur identities and flatten everything into one broad category, people start associating behaviors with groups and historically have not engaged in those behaviors. And that brings us to this gentleman right here. His name is Cholo Abidi Abdullah, a man born in Kenya in East Africa. He was sentenced December, shout out to Jerome Payne. He was December 9th, he was sentenced life in prison. Southern District of New York, same place that got Diddy. He up there with Diddy right now, him and Diddy, okay? This man was plotting a large terrorist attack against the United States, according to the Department of Justice. He was trained by Al-Shabaab. I don't know who this dude is. This Al-Shabaab dude. This shish kebab is get boy. He got all you black dudes in Kenya. Y'all, damn. You understand? This dude was planning a 9/11 style attack. This dude was going to hijack a commercial plane. This cat right here, this dude looked like, I'm telling you, he looked like he sell Lucy's in front of the liquor store, man. That's this dude right here. He looked, you know what I'm saying? If you just squint a little bit, he looked like somebody you know. Come on now. And that's the problem. This dude was planning a 9/11 hijacking. He came into the United States in 2019 on a student visa, had already begun conducting research into aviation and security and cockpit procedures and airport operation. He was arrested on July 2nd, 2019, before the plot could be carried out, and was last indicted on multiple terrorism-related charges, including conspiring to provide material support to a foreign terrorist. Y'all, they come over here on student visas and they are raising hell. Now, it took a long time. They foiled the terrorist plot. And again, this is why details matter. You look at this dude, look at it. He looked like every other dude from Brooklyn. Look at it. Take a look at him. All he needs is a hoodie. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying, look at him. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying, they look alike. You know, we've seen some videos today. You understand? But the bottom line is, we need to start, look, if you don't identify who these people are and where they come from and what motivated them, then everything gets lumped in together. And that's when people start drawing conclusions that don't reflect reality. You understand what I'm saying? Again, this ain't us. Somebody type, not us. Somebody type, not ours in the chat room. This is not our guy. He is from Kenya. You understand me? Kenya, Sierra Leone. We got two Kenyas. We got two Sierra Leones. We got a couple of Haitis. Got one Senegal. We'll see how it goes. It's not our guy. Somebody type, not our guy. It's not Foundation of Black America. Do you see why we're delineating? If everybody now understands why we're delineating, type yes. If you don't, type no. Okay? If you understand now, is this a good reason to delineate? How many of you all have black sons? Huh? How many of y'all have black sons? How many of y'all do? I do. You want to protect it. What about you ladies who have black husbands and black fathers? You see why we delineating? This ain't us. We're not going to fall for that flat blackness. No, you're not going to get us caught up into that. Cubans delineate from Mexicans. Venezuelans delineate from Colombians, and they right next to each other. And I see all the super chats coming in. I see y'all. Make sure you contribute. Are y'all learning something? You learning something? I bet you didn't know this. I bet you didn't know this. I bet you didn't. Now this one I'm gonna tell you. This one was tough. I was blaming black men for this one the other day. I was blaming black men for this one the other day. Brothers, again, I want to apologize to you all. I was fussing at y'all on the internet. I was yelling at the internet. I was hot. I spent 2 hours fussing at the internet about DV, okay? Because I was bamboozled and hoodwinked. You know, there was a young woman. She was the vice mayor of a Florida town. You familiar with that? You familiar with that? Vice mayor of a Florida town. And what happened is that her husband allegedly unalived her. I'm going to show you his picture. Look at him. Stephen Bowen. He's the husband of Coral Springs Vice Mayor Nancy Matamaya Bowen, and he was arrested in Florida for shooting to death of his wife. I was mad at black men for this. I said, Stephen Bauer, that's probably one of ours. I mean, I don't see a Tay in his name, but I'm like, Stephen, or I think it's this is one of ours. I was like, damn, this is one of ours, man. I can't believe this, man. Can't believe this, man. Why would he do that? You know, his wife is Haitian. Okay, she was the vice mayor, Nancy Matamaya Bowen. He's 40 years old. He was taken into custody after an incident which authorities have described as another domestic. I was mad at you, black men, but this ain't us. Okay, this is not us. It's not our guy. Okay, the husband was accused, and of course he's accused, innocent until found guilty here in the United States. Happened on April 1st, 2026 in Coral Springs, Florida. Here we go, Florida. Florida again. I'm not claiming anything in Florida no more. Authorities discovered her body, the vice mayor's body, Mrs. Bowen's body, after she failed to attend scheduled meetings that morning, prompting concern from colleagues and a welfare check at her home. When officers entered the residence, they found her deceased in upstairs bedroom, wrapped in a blanket and garbage bag. So the police caught him. He was trying to, you see what he did? Wrapped it with evidence indicating she had been shot multiple times. Her husband, Stephen Bowen, age 40, quickly became the primary suspect. According to the police affidavit, Bowen had gone to a relative's home earlier that same day around morning hours and admitted he had shot his wife 3 times the night before, stating he couldn't take it anymore. You understand? Instead of just leaving, you pew-pewed your wife, right? Jamaican dude. Later that day on April 1st, 2026, at approximately 2:35 p.m., law enforcement located and arrested Stephen Bowen. He was subsequently charged with premeditated first-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence, and he was booked into the Broward County Jail without bond. Investigators also uncovered additional details suggesting attempts to conceal the crime, including the way a victim's body was wrapped and items in the home that indicated efforts to suppress evidence. The killing is officially being treated as a domestic violence homicide. From a background standpoint, Nancy Matamaya Bowen was widely recognized as a public figure. She was the first Black woman and first Haitian American elected in official as an official in Coral Springs. This is a beautiful lady. Look how beautiful this lady is. Look, let me tell you something. I love the melanin. I disagree with y'all culture, but these some beautiful women. It's so sad. Beautiful little lady. Look at her. Beautiful. Look at her pleasant smile. You're not gonna make me not feel empathetic for Black people losing their lives. You understand me? I'm not like that. I love Black people. I love all Black people, but when push comes to shove, I gotta stand on business for my own Black people. Because you all trying to take over what we have. What you gonna take our, you want to take our home, you done left your home, and you done came over here to the United States, and now you treating us bad in our own home. Who gonna let you stay in their house and treat them bad in their own home? We not standing for that. But what a beautiful woman. Look at that beautiful smile. This woman had a promising career, and this man, for whatever reason, he unalived her. That's sad. That's tragic. And that's why I tell you, man, you got to control yourself. You got to control your emotions, man. Just leave. The money's not worth it. Leave her with them kids. Okay, you got to lead them kids. Leave them kids with her. Let her babysit them kids, man. Let her the house argue about the house in court. Go to the strip club, okay? I don't go to the strip club, but I'm telling y'all, okay, I wouldn't go. I would go to church if I was arguing with my woman. I'm gonna go to church. But you all go to the strip club, get some chicken wings, get you some of that brown liquor. Don't put no ice in it. And the strip club closes like 5 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? And you could be there like 5, the girls will be getting out, and you can they'll come get picked up. Usually they either have a pimp or a John. None of my business. But they have great conversations. You could have a great conversation with a lady that works at the strip club. Not me. But they are so smart. They're so smart. They are. A lot of them have working on their degrees in local universities and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Some at the HCC. But I'm just I was telling y'all earlier I had a case, so I had an opportunity to, do some research. But they're they're athletic. They're very athletic. And strippers are good at massages. You would be surprised how their grip strength is amazing because they have to climb that pole. They could flip upside down. But not me. I'd never, but they if you just sitting in, they have these chairs there and they really low back, and oftentimes they have velvet and they spin around a little bit, but they might come up behind you because you not want to lap dance. I'm good. Just sit there and I'm just here to chill. But they'll give you a good massage on your neck, especially if you at a computer all day, so your neck is sore. But not me though. I would never. But yeah, leave the house, man. Don't be in there arguing with your old lady. That's what the strip club is for. Go hang out there at 5 o'clock in the morning. Turn your phone off. She can't find you. You know what I'm saying? Come back the next day. You know what I'm saying? And try you wait till she go to work and then get your clothes and go get your hotel, man. You know what I'm saying? Go get your hotel, man. You ain't got but just leave, man. Just leave. Go get you some chicken. I ain't never met a problem that a black man couldn't solve with some chicken and brown liquor. You hear me? Some fried chicken and brown liquor at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. What we arguing about? I'm good. Well, I'm good. You give me about 10 chicken wings and some brown liquor, and I'm listening to some good music at 4 o'clock. I ain't tripping on nothing, man. I'm good, man. And if you need to leave your car at the strip club and get an Uber, go to a little hotel and chill out. You ain't got to drive. You ain't got to be leaning and driving because that just work. Now you argue with your woman, then you went to the strip club and you spent your little money. Now you getting arrested. Don't do that. Just take a Uber. You understand what I'm saying? But go to a black strip club. They treat you better at the black strip clubs. I'm not me though. I'm just saying hypothetically speaking. This is years back that I did, I had that case, but whatever. So bottom line is, family, this dude ain't us. He belongs to Jamaica. This is a Yardman. Somebody type Yardman in the chat room. This is y'all guy. So along with Bob Marley and who else? You got to claim him too. Bob Marley and that's your guy right there. Okay, he unalived his wife, his Haitian wife. All right, but see, here's how they identified this dude. They just simply identified him as an American. They call him an American male. That's it. They didn't say anything. You had to dig deep, and this one had me fooled. This was tricky. Okay, because if you just hear the name Stephen Bowen out of Coral Springs, you're going to assume off the rip that this is a foundational black American man with roots here in the United States. Okay, nothing about this name jumps out as anything. Then you find out his wife, the vice mayor, is a Haitian, and now you start thinking, okay, maybe there's more to it. But even then, because remember, these people tell us don't marry black Americans. You've heard them say that, right? So, okay, so if his wife is Haitian and we know how their culture is, she probably dealing with another Caribbean dude, right? I'm just saying, that's what they say. Don't fool with, that's what they tell her. Don't fool with them black Americans, okay? They crazy. But then, right? See? Okay, I'm not saying nothing. Innocent until proven guilty. But then his wife, vice mayor, but the name doesn't give anything away. Okay? All right, it doesn't give anything away. Look, and when you have to understand something, It's not everybody that's coming out of the Caribbean has French names. Some have, they've been colonized with English names. And so that's why this Stephen Bowen threw me off. Remember, Jamaica was colonized by the British. Okay, that's why they speak English. They speak Irish English. Did you know the Irish were thrown to Jamaica, and that's why the black people in Ireland, the black people in Jamaica they have an Irish accent. That's what that is. It's mixed with the African language of that's why they sound like that. That's why the Irish. If you really listen to them, quite Irish. Okay. Top of the morning to you, wee lassie. Yeah, I can do the Irish. I can't quite do the Jamaican as well. But anyway, you left guessing, and I'm being honest with you. I had to dig deeper myself, because based on what I was seeing, I initially took this man as a Black American. Come to find out, he's Jamaican. And that right there is the point. Now look how easy it is to misidentify somebody and then attach their actions to the wrong Black America. Because if you don't go beyond the headline, beyond the name, beyond the surface, this just becomes a Black man kills his wife, and now the broad category absorbs the impact. Meanwhile, you don't see anybody stepping up to clarify. I don't see any Jamaicans stepping up with your flags. Where y'all flags at? Okay, this is your first time appearing tonight. Okay, you only got one, but this is your guy. Somebody type your guy. Okay, and I'm talking about, look, this isn't about claiming or not claiming one individual. This is about how quickly perception forms and how easily it spreads, and how if you're not precise, the wrong people end up carrying the weight of something that we didn't have nothing to do with. We didn't have anything to do with it. Okay. Let's move on. I got a couple more. Y'all still with me? Are you learning something? I know that it's like, man, this is a lot. I know it's a lot. All this happened within a few weeks, though. That's what's crazy. Here's another one. This dude right here. Look, West Africa. Y'all back. This is your guy. This is your guy right here. That's you. That's you. Now, this one is very unique. Okay, this guy his name is, we're gonna call him Alolukitanable. I don't know, Adanable. He's West African man from the UK. This dude unalived 2 white women. Okay, white women. Okay, 2 white women. He shoots a homeless man in Georgia. Right? I didn't know that this dude wasn't foundational Black American if I'm just looking at the picture. He was arrested, unprovoked. Went on a murder spree in DeKalb County, Georgia. Left 2 women dead, homeless man shot. This guy's a UK national and a naturalized U.S. citizen. It happened on Monday, April 13, 2026, beginning in the early morning at 7 a.m. This is when he started, in DeKalb County, Georgia. This man was 26 years old, got to the United States in 2022 under Joe Biden. And according to the police, the incident occurred in 3 separate locations, beginning with a fatal shooting of a woman outside a Checkers restaurant, followed by the killing of Lauren Bullis, age 40, who was a Department of Homeland employee who was shot and stabbed while walking her dog. You understand me? The 3rd victim, described as a homeless man, was also shot multiple times near the shopping center. Y'all pay attention. DHS, Homeland Security. You hear me? That's who got it. All right. Investigators said the attacks appeared random and unprovoked. No clear motive was established. Law enforcement arrested Aiden Abel later the same day, 2 counts of murder, aggravated assault, multiple weapons offenses. Federal officials later confirmed that Lauren Bullis worked at DHS office as an office inspector. This dude had a prior criminal history. He had sexual battery against a police officer, obstruction, assault with a deadly weapon, vandalism. Are you all starting to see a pattern here? And all of this happened before the April 13th attack. If we start separating ourselves from these illegal immigrants who are coming here and committing all these crimes, I think we'd have a whole nother perspective on criminal activity in the United States, okay? I think, because these cats are not just coming over here committing one crime, all right? They over here cutting up and acting wild. I'm just saying. Now, here's the thing. Clearly, he is of West African heritage. And when you look up his name, you look it up, it denotes that he's a Nigerian. Okay, that's his. I believe it's not. Well, this is where they saying he's from. All right, now I'm gonna show you this woman that he unalived. I want you to take a look at something. All right, look. Let me tell you, they ain't gonna stand for this too much longer. You don't know white folk. Black people understand how white people act. Look at that. You think that ain't gonna go? You can't kill that. You can't be out there doing it. You killed 2 1. You don't think they're looking? And see, this is another reason why Black Americans are delineating. We know how white folk get. Remember, white folk have burned the whole town down based on the lies of a white woman, and now they got a body. You understand what I'm saying? This is what you did. All right. Now, the follow-up to this story is this dude actually, he got unalived in jail. He died in his prison cell. Now, I want you to keep in mind, he killed a DHS employee, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I can see how he would end up unalived in his maximum security jail prison cell in the federal penitentiary. I can see how that could happen. The fact that he unalived a DHS employee. I'm not saying anything, and of course, we're all innocent until proven guilty. But he ain't here no more. Okay, he's moved on. He's up out of here. And rest in peace to the victims. Now, I'm not gonna hold y'all up all night. I got one more, but I wanted to make sure I put this guy is not ours. He's not ours. You guys, just somebody type "this ain't us" in the chat room. This ain't us in the chat room. Come on, you guys. Let's play the game. This ain't us. This ain't us. This is first appearance for Nigeria. This ain't us, but you can't really blame this on Nigeria because this dude is also British. All right, so but Nigeria, you got half of one. This is your guy. That's your dude right there. So don't walk away from it. This is your guy. That's y'all's dude right there. He belongs to you. Okay. So when you start talking about defective culture and all that different stuff, and this is your dude. That's y'all's dude. Now let's go ahead. We're gonna wrap it up. We got one more. It's for the game winning, you know. But again, am I adequately explaining some real life reasons why Black Americans are delineating? Is it bringing it home to you? Is it making it real to you? Do you want to get blamed for any of this, brothers? All you black men, all you Pan-Africans out there. All of this happened within 7 weeks. 7 weeks. All of this mayhem that we're reading about happened within 7 weeks. Y'all understand that? Now, some of them predated, but the most heinous of these crimes happened within 7 weeks of each other. But then, let's go. Y'all ready? I got one more. This is the 10. 10 for the win. Somebody type 10 for the win. There you go. Senegal is back up. Senegal make a strong comeback. West Africa beat everybody hands down. This article, what this guy, he's a Senegalese immigrant. Now, you know how they identified him? They simply referred to him as Black American. That's what's called. They described him as a Columbus bus truck driver, a Black American Columbus truck driver. This is how he was described. That's how he was described. Okay? We as Black Americans have our own issues. We do not need to take the blame for every crime committed by every melanated person of African descent who comes to this country. We are not the same. They will tell you we're not the same. All you Africans, are we the same? Remember you told us you sold us into slavery because we're not the same? Remember that? We're not the same, right? Different culture, different people, different language, different ethnogenesis. So what happened? On Saturday evening, March 29th, 2026, at approximately 6:27 p.m., a fatal multiple vehicle crash occurred on Interstate 71 northbound near U.S. Route 36, Delaware County, Ohio. Innocent people. Okay, it happened within an active construction zone. You know how the streets get small, the highway get. This dude, Ohio State Patrol said 2006 Freightliner. It's basically a 18-wheeler. This guy named Mudal F. Nogum, 50 years old, from Columbus, Ohio. He failed to slow down, so he just come barreling through the construction site. Okay, this is according to the police. He didn't slow down for traffic that had backed up in the construction zone, and the semi-truck slammed into the rear of multiple vehicles, and it triggered a chain reaction crash involving 9 cars. And the most severely impacted was a 2016 Chevy Silverado carrying a family from Ashley, Ohio. 3 other people were killed. Can you imagine 3 of your family members were killed? 37-year-old man, 36-year-old woman, 1-year-old child. You just riding down the street, riding to the highway, on your way, enjoying your family. Is in the evening, and an 18-wheeler with this dude from Senegal comes and runs into the back and kills 3 of your family members. You understand what I'm saying? You see that? Think about that. Think about that. Think about that. And this is not the only immigrant that's causing mayhem on the highways with these semi-trucks. And then you had other people who had serious injuries, so their life is going to be shattered. Now, they took him to jail. He's in Delaware County. He's on facing vehicular manslaughter. And the investigators indicated the primary cause of the crash was semi-truck failure to stop. He just didn't stop. He didn't slow. It was clearly marked as a construction zone. And they haven't done a full investigation. They didn't know if he was speeding or braking, but they have black box. They can video typically. Shut the highway down for several hours. But this guy's from Senegal. You see? He's from Senegal. He killed a 1-year-old baby. You came to our country and killed a family and a 1-year-old baby. These are the doctors and lawyers and engineers and folk that they are bringing over here. And they keep in mind, they identified him as Black American. You understand me? And once again, somebody said he looked like Kirk Franklin, brother. Y'all evil. Don't be saying that. This is not funny. We serious. We're being serious. Okay. This ain't us. That's the most important thing. But you see a pattern, a serious high impact incident. You got this broad labeling. They call this man Black American. A Black American truck driver. What picture does that paint? And it's not until you dig deeper that you get the general impression. It's not a complete picture. This is exactly the conversation. This is why we're having this. You understand? This is why we're having this. So here's the thing, family. This ain't us. Somebody type "this ain't us" in the chat room. Not our guy, Senegal. This is your guy. This is your guy. This is you. That's your guy. So now that we've had laid out the facts on these very serious incidents, and it all has happened within a very compressed period of time, okay? And this is where people need to slow down and really think. What we have just walked through is not even a full statistical universe. It's not every case. It's not even every arrest that happened. It's not even every incident that happened in every city. This is only a screenshot, you all, of criminal matters that were so egregious and so violent and so public or so politically sensitive that they broke through and hit the headlines. Now, look at the time period. I want y'all to pay very close attention to this. From January 2026 to April 2026, we're talking about a doctor, murder-suicide in Florida, a fatal stabbing at a Virginia bus stop, a mass shooting in Austin, an armed church incident in Houston, a fatal truck crash in Ohio, the killing of a Haitian-American vice mayor in Florida, a hammer killing at a gas station, and a Georgia killing spree involving a DHS employee. That's not stretched across 10 years. That's not stretched across 5 years. That's not even stretched across a year. All of this happened within 100 days. And again, the point is not that every African or Caribbean or Black immigrant commits crime. That would be ignorant. I'm not saying that. That's not what we're saying. The point is that when these cases hit the public, the first thing people usually see is a face. They see a headline and a broad racial category, and they don't see lineage. They don't see national origin. They don't see immigration background. They don't see whether the person is FBA, a Haitian, a Jamaican, a Senegalese, a Sierra Leonean, a Kenyan, a British born, or something else. They just see black. They just see black men in this case, and that's a problem because there are no clean public criminal statistics that separate black people from the diaspora from black people with foundational black American lineage. The FBI doesn't give the public an FBA crime category. The Bureau of Justice Statistics doesn't break black offenders down by American slavery lineage versus African immigrant versus Caribbean immigrant versus first generation. Everything gets flattened. And so when the media uses broad labels and the government data uses broad labels and the public consumes headlines at lightning speed, who carries the stigma? It's black Americans. And that's why delineation matters as far as I'm concerned. Because, you know, if the flags come out when people succeed, if the country comes out when they win, if the heritage comes out when they graduate, get drafted, get promoted, or become success stories, then the same specificity needs to apply when the story gets ugly. If identity matters for pride, then identity matters for accountability also. And if the system refuses to track those distinctions, then black Americans have every right to make those distinctions ourselves. It's how it's being presented to the public. Because here's where things start to matter even more. When these stories break, the first thing people see isn't a full investigation. It's a headline, it's a caption, it's a photograph of the suspect that shapes their understanding in real time. And what we've just seen is those descriptions and how they're not consistent. And in some cases, you get detailed background specifics about origin, history, and context. In other cases, you just get Black American, African American. You get this simplified language just enough to identify a suspect, but not enough to fully define who that person is. Now, think about what that does, family. When the details are incomplete or inconsistent, the public doesn't pause and investigate. They generalize. They connect dots. They may or may not belong together. They begin to form a picture based on what's missing, just as much as what was said. And once the picture is formed, it doesn't stay limited to one individual. It starts to attach itself to a much broader identity. That's the real issue. Not just crime, but the categorization. Not just incidents, but how those incidents are framed. Because if identity is being communicated in a way that's vague and inconsistent or overly broad, then the responsibility, at least in the public mind, can become just as broad. And that brings us to where we are. We're going to take a closer look at what we need to do to delineate, especially when it comes to the media and the press. And I think that's important because we know how damaging the press has been. We know that the media has never been our friend to Black men or Black women. They've kept wars going amongst us. And I think it's important that we be mindful of how serious this is. So anyway, I want to thank everybody. I want to take the time to read these super chats and cads. We've been here a long time, huh? Did y'all learn something? Was it insightful? Was it insightful? Did you guys learn something? But the first thing I want to do is this. Let me go ahead. I think this is important. Okay. Y'all listening? Y'all listen to me? You listen? Shout out to everybody who's contributed to Super Chat. I'm glad 15 people learned something. I wish more people had learned something, but we're not finished, but maybe some of you all will learn something. But again, I appreciate you guys. But before we get to this superstar, I need you all to make sure you hit the subscribe button if you hadn't already. I don't know if you all have. I have not had an opportunity to check and see if you hit the subscribe button, but I'm looking now. I'm going to look right now to see if you good people care about me enough to hit the subscribe button and help me, okay? Because at this point, it's about me. It's about me getting to 100,000 subscribers, and it's taking a long time. I'm just saying, I feel like I should be there by now. As people, I need some more people to subscribe. I need approximately 66 people. Well, no, hold on. I need 63 people to subscribe to the channel right now, and that will get me to 95,000. Okay, I need 63 people to subscribe to the channel. Okay, I need 63 people. Somebody type 63 in the chat room. Chantel Smith, I need you to subscribe to the channel. Dwight Chair, I need you to subscribe to the channel. Okay, who else is in here? Jelena Taborn, I need all y'all to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Don't hate watch. Okay, don't have me up here forehead sweating, talking to you all about history, trying to make it interesting. I need all of y'all to subscribe to the channel right now. Don't play me. I'm not here for the games. I need my subscriptions to go up. I want a little gold plaque on my wall behind my head. Okay? Do me a favor, subscribe to the channel. If you have already subscribed to the channel, double check, because YouTube plays these vicious games with me. I need 58 people to subscribe to the channel to get me where I need to be. Okay, 58. Somebody type 58. In addition to that, make sure you like, share, subscribe if you appreciate what I'm doing. Yes. Look, I need faith. Faith is all we need. I need you to subscribe. Q Strange GT 3000. Loretta Howard. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Okay. Divine Order. Kaylin Barish 9873. I know you've already subscribed. Subscribe again. Talitha. We know you from Alabama. We know you from somewhere down south. Talitha B76. Subscribe. Live Log TV NY6UQ. Subscribe. Everybody who's looking. Okay. Each and every one of you all that are within my listening voice today. I need you to subscribe to all the people who were busy doing something they probably shouldn't have been doing to listen to me. I need you to subscribe to the channel. Do that now. Do that now. Do it now. Make sure you chop this up and give it to people, okay, who need to hear this. And I wanna take the opportunity to thank you all. And I want to start with Shimmy ER. Thank you. We only have 22 super chats. That's plenty. But it'd be great to have some more. But some people they don't learn. Some people, they can't learn. And I only want the people who learned something to subscribe. I don't want the people who didn't. If you didn't learn anything, that means I need to do better. I don't know how much better I can do because I sat here and talked to y'all for 4 hours. Had 1,000 people up in here, and only 22 people learned something. I'm disappointed in me. I'll do better in the future. But anyway, baby, thank you so much, Shimmy ER. Appreciate you. Gave me $9.99 with a little heart and the praying hands. Look at you with your cute little green glasses on. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Shimmy. Thank you so much for the $9.99. Black Samurai, my man. Salute, Uncle D. People need to put more respect on FBA now. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Some real life consequences to that. Plenty of light skin number FBA like Jim Kelly, Malcolm X, Smokey Robinson, Tony Brown, Lena Horne, Harry Belafonte, and many more. FBA is Delineate. Yes, it is, brother. We don't delineate. We don't play those codes. We have some light skin, dark skin jokes, but when push comes to shove, we know we all black. We don't. We that's what we do. Okay. So shout out to you. Appreciate you. I gotta make sure I read my Cash Apps. Cash App crew came through. Let's get up to the Cash App crew. I'm gonna get back to the super chats, but I gotta always give a shout out to my Cash App crew. Mr. William Best, thank you so much. Rosalind, I learned something. That's what I'm talking about. She said learned with a T. That's what I'm talking about. Kenyatta Floyd, I owe you a couple more. Baby, you don't owe me anything. Kenyatta Floyd, you don't owe me nothing. You don't owe me nothing, baby. I'm glad you're here. I'm blessed to be here with you. I appreciate the fact that you learned. And none of y'all owe me anything. I want you to understand. Nobody owe me nothing, baby. This is part of my legacy. This is what I'm doing. I feel like I'm teaching my people. And, I think it's necessary because a lot of people are not in a position to do what I do. Number one, I'm crazy as hell. Number two, I work for myself, and the Lord has blessed me. You understand? So I'm able to speak this truth to you all, not like many of these media celebrities. And, you know, you don't see me pandering and whatnot, trying to get a bunch of folk to, I don't say crazy things about our people just so I get a bunch of likes and subscribes. I talk directly to our people because the only people I'm really concerned about is our people, because, you know, I know eventually, you know, that's the only people that's going to hold your legacy. You can pander to white folk all you want, but eventually they're going to turn on you. You see what I'm saying? So the people that's going to hold, as long as my people love me, that's really, all of my people respect me, that's really all I could be concerned about. But nevertheless, I want to get back to that. So Zay, Story, thank you so much. Michelle Edwards, thank you. Who else we got here? As I said, William Best, I appreciate you. I got Kenyatta Floyd. Thank you all so much for your contributions on the Cash App. You all are the real MVPs. Now let's get back to that. I think we got Searchy 8731. Thank you. Who else we got? Understanding 15K. Thank you for the $2. Lee Edwards 6297. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. Valerie Pennington. All right. Everybody has stolen Black American culture. Historically, we have always set the standard. Africans were much more modest in their dress. What's the, yeah, I know. You see them out there with the, I'm not going to put it back up again, but you saw it. That's not, they didn't dress like that. They used to be, you know, they used to have them little drapes on with the colors on them, man. Now they dressing like Megan Thee Stallion, Timu Megan Thee Stallions. Anyway, FBA freed men, big bro. The Tether mayor needs to hire Benjamin Crump. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Eddie Washington, I got 5 on it, man. You got the dub. You stay coming through, Eddie. What's happening, Eddie? Eddie Washington, you know where he from. Eddie Washington Jr. I bet he got a junior and a third in his lineage somewhere. Mark Freelance, thanks for the gift, brother. Also, FBA Freedmen, big bro. Salute to all my FBA Freedmen. Stay on code. Nina, what's up, Nina C? 5723-1999 super sticker. Just checking in, fam. I was late, so I gotta watch the replay. Man, it's all good. Shout out to everybody watching this on the replay. Fuquan DTM, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Miss Mix T Lens, thank you for the $4.99. NTZ Claw, Natchez, Mississippi, breeding farm. Sure was. That's exactly right. T-Pat 513, thank you for the $10 super sticker. And Fuquan DTM, thank you for the super sticker, fam. Always appreciate you. Thank you so much. Earth Angel Remix, I learned something. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Where is Somalia in all this, sir? They should be in the Somalia is busy, but that's what happened, man. 7 weeks. Brandon Nisbet, look at the Minecraft hairline. You guys are horrible. Thank you so much, Brandon Nisbet. Look at the Minecraft hairline. Melvinia McDonald, thank you for the $10 super sticker. JBT WB62 6FS, thank you for the super sticker. And also Jason Stunt Guy for the $9.90. Those criminals. And Jason, let me see, Sonia Sonjak or Sonia C 969, for those criminals are Democrats, new voters. Thank you so much. We got 25 super chats. That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. All this hard work, man. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna give a lecture this week on money because, you know, I'm gonna talk to you guys about this money. Okay. I went to visit how many of you all are familiar with the Links Incorporated? Are you all familiar with Links Incorporated, ladies? Are you familiar with Links Incorporated? Are you all familiar with Links Incorporated? I donated to a scholarship fund for some young Black students at Links Incorporated. And so are you guys familiar with that? I want to talk to you guys about some progress that we made in Black wealth. Look up the Links Incorporated. I want y'all to look that up. It's a great organization run by Black women and Black American women, Foundation of Black America, was started by them. Look it up, man. Look it up. You guys, if you're an educated woman, we need to get back involved in our organizations. We need to get back involved in Jack and Jill. We need to get back involved in the Links. We need to get some good people in these fraternities and sororities, some what they would call race men and race women, people who are focused on the betterment of Black. We can't abandon our institutions. Same thing with the church. I'm going to be pushing that. That's going to be my thing. We need to make sure our institutions are strong. We need more Black American people to teach at HBCUs. We need more Black people to join Black churches, the little ones. Stop making these mega churches rich. You see, they're not doing anything with your money. Go back to those little neighborhood churches that you grew up in the 70s and 80s and 90s. That's where I want you to go. Do that for me. Go find your little Black church. Go do a little visiting. They're going to call your name out. Do we have any visitors today in the church? Stand up. Be proud. Bring your family. All right, you can get a big church hat, okay? But anyway, family, look, let's close this out. I want to acknowledge everybody. Thank you, everybody. I'm humbly appreciative of all the contributions. Again, you guys don't owe me anything. I'm here to teach. And what do you guys like about my broadcast? Give me a few minutes before I wrap this up. What is it that you like about my delivery style? If you will, just give me a couple of little words. What is it that you like about the delivery style? Do you like the information? I know I deliver some aggressive history. I always try to keep it humorous because, who wants to be bored? But are you learning? Real talk, even if you didn't give any money, are you learning anything? Did you learn something that you didn't know? Somebody saying knowledge. What else do you guys like? I cannot hear him all of a sudden. Oh, is the mic bad? Can y'all hear me? Information and entertainment, eloquence and directness. Need information, facts. Yes. What is it that makes my broadcast unique? Because you got literally hundreds of thousands of people, edutainment, humor, and keeping it on point, information, no BS. So you guys like the no nonsense. You like my direct, because people call me mean. They say I'm mean. They like the hard truth. Thank you for the knowledge, information. They call me crass or mean. I'm just an advocate, and I think it's necessary. Extensive research, info, humor, consistency, authentic. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Y'all like the fact that I don't interrupt the videos, and I tell you I'm not interrupt. I know you're mad. Some of y'all want me to. You hold everybody accountable. I sure do. I like the pace, not fast, not slow. FBA living in China, true and factual information, great knowledge. Plus, you break it down in a way we can relate. Please make a short about 1808 slave ballot for 100,000 votes. The bad guy with the truth stick. Yeah, man. Hey, I do what I do. I've been doing the same thing for a minute. All right, appreciate it. I thank you for the feedback. But anyway, family, let's go ahead and do this. Let's wrap this thing up. What we just walked through isn't just random. It's not isolated, and it's not something people are imagining. This is a pattern. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. You all will never unsee the fact that you heard about 10 horrendous crimes, 7 of which happened within the past 100 days. You're not going to unsee that, are you? You're going to remember that, right? Serious crimes, high impact incidents, domestic violence, murder, attempted mass casualty events. Shout out to I Choose Better. We got 26 super chats. We might get 30. That'd be great, but only if you learn something. But again, over and over again, you saw the same thing, right? These serious, heinous crimes. You saw terrorism. When we know Black Americans, we don't do terrorism, okay? And all this happened within a very short time frame. And every single time, the same process plays out on the headline. You see a photo, right, of a Black person, a Black man specifically. You see broad labels first: African American, Black American, man from Texas, truck driver from Ohio. And then the details come later. And by the time those details come out, the damage is done, because the public has already formed an impression on who did what and when and where. And that we know that impression isn't precise, it's not specific, it's broad. It becomes a Black man, right? Usual suspect. a black man, a suspect, a black doctor, a black nurse, a black truck driver. And once it gets flattened like that, the responsibility doesn't stay with the individual. You saw those children and little black girls behind that counter, them little Haitian girls. But nobody knew. Nobody knew. They're not saying. See, that responsibility for that crime, it doesn't stay with that individual. It spreads across the entire category. Blackness, black men. And that's an issue. Black Americans, we have our own history. We have our own lineage. We have our own trouble. We got our own issues. I'm not saying we perfect. We're a work in progress. We're doing great, despite what you're being told, especially under the circumstances. We've done a lot in the past 60 years. I told y'all the other day, Generation X is the first fully free generation of black people. And the fact that we've only been doing this for 60 years, we're doing pretty great. We're doing good. But white folks have had a 300-400 year head start. Look at how well we're doing. But we're still fighting. And we don't have the luxury of carrying additional weight that doesn't belong to us. We don't want the issues of other people. We don't want whatever problems or conflicts were brought here from somewhere else. We've got enough to deal with right here in this country as it is. That's about survival. This is about social standing. This is about progress. And when perception gets distorted, when identity gets blurred, that has real world consequences. Policy, policing, opportunity for how people see you before you even open your mouth. How you think stereotypes get formed and why they're so dangerous? And this is why delineation isn't some abstract conversation or internet debate. It's a response to what we're seeing in real time. It's about clarity. It's about perception. It's about making sure that when something happens, it gets attached to the person or people who did it and the culture that it came from, not an entire group of people that had nothing to do with it. Because in this environment where headlines are moving quick and images move faster and people don't go back and read the fine print, if you don't define yourself clearly, you will be defined. You're going to be defined. And you probably are not going to like the result. And that's why this matters. This is not hate. Got much love for Caribbeans. Got much love for Africans. Appreciate y'all. Okay? You melanated people. It's not about hate. It's not even about division for division's sake. It's about understanding that if we don't draw clear lines, then everything gets blurred. And when everything gets blurred, the consequences don't stay where they belong. And for the people who are still fighting for full recognition and full equality and full progress in this country, that's not just an inconvenience. That's a matter of life and death. Shout out to everybody who came through. I appreciate you guys. As I always say at this time, I love you. And I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.